If you have already watched this introductory information, you can skip ahead no more than 10 minutes. Hello, welcome. I am predicting that Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash in St. Louis due to a bird strike into Busch Stadium. In the area code 314, it will be a burning bush, as described in Exodus 3:14. On September 28, 2024, she will be replaced by Michelle Obama, and then Barack Obama will replace Michelle. I am predicting that former President Jimmy Carter will die on September 26th, and that his prophetic funeral, in which Trump will sit next to Obama, will be on October 1st. It is predicted that President Trump will die from a heart attack on the same day as Jimmy Carter's funeral on October 1st. It is also predicted that Trump's heart attack will be triggered by a direct energy weapon that will target Trump through Bluetooth technology. The components inside the pointy thing that Trump took will facilitate this, and it is believed that this direct energy weapon will be used by Barack Obama when he is sitting next to Trump at the funeral. I am predicting that dirty bombs will explode in Manhattan, New York City, and there will be a large-scale evacuation on September 27th. I am predicting that Israel will bomb Iran on September 28th. God is pointing to these dates regarding these two events, September 27th and September 28th. However, it is believed that more than likely these will be steps in the trail of signs. We should receive prophetic signs related to these events on these dates that will reveal more information as to when exactly these two events will occur. I am predicting that singer-songwriter Paul Simon will die on Wednesday, September 25th at 3 a.m. This is because of Simon and Garfunkel's first album named Wednesday Morning 3 a.m. I am predicting that a solar flare will erupt on the surface of the sun and send a coronal mass ejection that will hit Earth on October 3rd, 2024. Which will knock out America's power grid and will lead to food shortages. The hit of the coronal mass ejection, predicted for October 3rd, that will knock out the power grid, will also knock many planes out of the sky. October 3rd, the Feast of Trumpets in the Hebrew calendar, will be the day of the resurrection rapture event. It will be the first of 3 raptures. I am predicting that on October 4th, 2024, the key will open the bottomless pit and fallen angels will cross over into the earthly realm. October 4th will be a symbolic beginning to the 5th trumpet judgment that is described in Revelation chapter 9, when the demonic realm collides with the earthly realm. October 4th will be a symbolic beginning to demons pretending to be aliens, and it is possible that on October 4th, Pope Francis will announce that aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. This will immediately give Pope Francis, the Antichrist, supreme power over governments of the world. At some point, there will be a massive Mary apparition that will deceive the masses, because all Mary apparitions in history have been demons pretending to be Mary. October 4th will be a symbolic beginning to a zombie pandemic and the masses becoming demonically possessed that will be facilitated through the thing, which is the mark of the Antichrist and 5G frequencies. October 4th will be a symbolic beginning to the coming genocide politicide in America. It is predicted that after Kamala Harris's death in a plane crash, Joe Biden will appoint Michelle Obama as his vice president. I am predicting that Joe Biden will step down and Michelle Obama will become the 47th president on October 12th, 2024. I am predicting that President Michelle Obama will appoint Barack Obama as the 51st vice president on October 12th, 2024. I am predicting that Michelle Obama will step down and Barack Obama will become the 48th president on November 2nd, 2024. November 24th, 2024, the 8th day of the Feast of Tabernacles, will be the date of the second of 3 raptures. It is predicted that on November 16th, 2024, the historic barge that has been stuck on the rocks of the Niagara River for over 100 years will finally break free and crash over Niagara Falls. The reason for this is that Niagara Falls is Noah's flood symbolism, and the barge was involved in the most dramatic rescue in the history of Niagara Falls, symbolic of Noah's Ark. Niagara in the native language means straight, narrow way, and Niagara's Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the CN Tower in downtown Toronto, because Toronto and its tower are symbolic of the Tower of Babel. In a game of horseshoes, the object is to aim the horseshoe and throw it at the metal stick, which is why the Horseshoe Falls is perfectly aimed at the metal stick that is the CN Tower. God is communicating that as testament for those who will live in the 1,000 years of Christ's reign on earth, the geography of North America will, as a result of a massive earthquake, be divided by a body of water from the Great Lakes to the Mississippi Delta. This destruction will be judgment on America and Canada for attempting to divide God's land, Israel. When this happens, the water in the Great Lakes will spill out over southern Ontario and Toronto. I am predicting that on November 23rd, 2024, there will be a catastrophic asteroid hit of Earth, which will trigger the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and will cause the volcano in the Canary Islands to collapse into the Atlantic Ocean and send a mega tsunami towards the east coast. The asteroid will also trigger a mega landslide on Hawaii Island that will trigger a mega tsunami that will hit the west coast. It will also trigger the collapse of the Hoover Dam, which will cause a water panic in California, and many other devastating earthquakes. November 23rd will also be the date of the third of the 3 raptures. President Trump and RFK Jr. are the 2 witnesses in Bible prophecy in Revelation chapter 11. It is predicted that RFK Jr. will be shot and killed on November 7th, 2024. The day of the Lord, the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ, will be on December 26th, 2024. The date that this video is posted proves that these predictions are being made ahead of time, as do these time-stamped emails and forensic notes PDF documents. If you are skeptical for some reason, please email me and I will forward these to you. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. If you have already watched this essential introductory information in another video, you can skip ahead to the 2-hour and 52-minute mark. The information in this video is showing how God was pointing to the date July 1st in regards to the predicted death of James Earl Carter, former President Jimmy Carter. The prediction being made in this video that James Earl Carter or Jimmy Carter would die on July 1st is 100% correct. The information in this video is valid. God was pointing overwhelmingly to July 1st, 2024 with Jimmy Carter connections. Not only is the information in these videos that predicted July 1st valid, it is extremely important and must be watched. Through the connections God used to point to July 1st, God told important stories and revealed essential knowledge. These videos must be watched. July 1st ended up being a step in the trail of signs that is 10 days before Carter's predicted funeral at the National Cathedral on July 11th, 2024. All right, this email here that I'm reading was originally composed the day after July 1st, and God was also pointing to July 6th, and therefore the signs that revealed adding 10 days to July 1st was believed that it was because that would be the day of the funeral, and that July 6th would be the date of Jimmy Carter's death. It turns out that we received amazing prophetic signs on July 6th as well that confirmed all of the analysis for Jimmy Carter, and this will be explained in another video, so make sure you watch all of the Jimmy Carter videos. There will be, for example, a video dedicated to the prophetic signs that God is using to point to the extremely important prophetic sign that will be the funeral. In other words, the biggest part of the signs, the theme that God is using for Jimmy Carter is involving the funeral, and I'll explain why. It has to do with the lineup of the former presidents sitting in the pew at the funeral, okay? And anyway, it is now believed that, well, the signs confirm it as well, including this 10 days. This 10 days that was for adding to July 1st was to get to the date of Jimmy Carter's death, not his funeral, okay? So this is correct, this 10 days, and I, again, will explain how we get this 10 days from the signs that occurred on July 1st. In just a minute, I'll explain that. Now, the rest of this paragraph here, I simply speak about how this movie, which was being pointed to on July 1st, this movie named How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, believe it or not, you'll see this is a movie God pointed to, and believe it or not, if you are new to this concept of God using pop culture, well, get used to it, because this is how it works. God is highly involved in the world. That's the thing that surprises people. Even Christians will be shocked to learn how involved God has been throughout the years in history. All right, and that's proven with these prophetic signs, including, and again, this movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. It's a movie about do's and don'ts, which is a hint at the 10 Commandments. All right, this will be explained. Well, anyway, again, so we received the sign, this movie, it hinted at adding 10 days. We get July 11th. There's far more confirmation than only that. All right, and that's the rest of this paragraph, and I'll just continue on here. All right, so what you just heard was recorded prior to July 11th. July 11th also ended up being another amazing step in the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. In other words, the signs that occurred on July 11th related to all of the analysis for Jimmy Carter. They were, in other words, signs related to the coming death of Jimmy Carter. The sign we received on this day, one of them was the death of Shelley Duvall, who is most remembered for her portrayal of Wendy in the movie The Shining, with her co-star Jack Nicholson, which is amazing because on July 1st, 10 days earlier, was the death of Robert Towne, and Robert Towne famously won the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for the movie Chinatown, starring Jack Nicholson, which, as I'm about to explain, is how we get to the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. In other words, this wasn't expected in advance, but the 10-day interval that I just said God was pointing to between July 1st and July 11th both end up being signs involving movies starring Jack Nicholson. Well, the reason for Jack Nicholson in itself is that God is using men named Nick to point to the Nicolaitan doctrine that in the book of Revelation, Jesus said he hates and is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this doctrine. And also in Revelation chapter 2, the same chapter, God, or Jesus, speaks of a 10 days period of testing for the saints in context of Nicolaitan doctrine. And that is because the vast majority of American Christians are Nicolaitans. And Jesus is coming to make war on this. Please make no mistake. I know far better than you the reason for the purpose of this prediction that is from God for the death of Jimmy Carter. I know what is going on. And the purpose of the prediction is to prove what I am saying, which is that if you are listening to this and you are a Christian, you most likely have the Nicolaitan doctrine. Now, to explain it would require at minimum another 10-15 minutes. So I'm not going to do it because I've explained it so many other times in other videos, and maybe even I do it later in this video. But you need to watch the 23 church signs video, okay? Nicolaitan means ruling over the laity. Jesus forbid pastors. Pastors are the problem, as are priests, bishops, and popes, etc. The warning that Jesus gave, the first one of many people claiming to be anointed, leading many people astray, are pastors. All right, but that's all I'm going to say. Also read the links in the description box below this video. Now, the sign involving Shelley Duvall, who died at the age of 75 on the day of the 75th anniversary of the NATO summit, hinted at adding 7 + 5 days to get to July 23rd, which is 7/23. And one of the most referenced things in cinema is from the movie The Shining, Room 237. Room 237 hints at 7/23. Outside the US, the date 7/23 is written as 23/7, which hints at room 23/7. And also, 2 + 3 = 5, and then 7 gives us a 7 and a 5, just like the death of Shelley Duvall at the age of 75. So room 237 also hints at 2 + 3 = 5 + 7 = 12, and it is 12 days after July 11th that we get July 23rd, the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, and that's also why Shelley Duvall died at the age of 75 on the 75th anniversary of the NATO summit, which also hints at adding 7 + 5 to get July 23rd. Now, trust me, I am only scratching the surface here. I have made an amazing video. It is so profound, you have no idea. I can't exaggerate that. I can't express that enough, okay? And it is titled The Shining Video. I've titled this movie, or this video that's explaining in far more detail than I just have, the signs that occurred on July 11th. And I've titled the video The Shining. It is an absolute must-watch. Of course, the wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that every minute of every video should be watched, including every minute of every Jimmy Carter video. But make sure you watch the Shining video on this channel. And by the way, the reason why every minute of every video should be watched is because it is through these trails of signs and these stories that God is telling through the connections of his prophetic signs that God is revealing very extremely important knowledge, information that everyone needs to know. All right, I am now recording this after July 23rd. Today is July 29th, and the prophetic signs that were expected in advance of July 23rd confirmed all of the analysis. Again, God was pointing to July 23rd in regards to the coming prophetic death of James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter. Both James Earl Jones and Jimmy Carter are, by the way, in God's signs, king symbolism, which is why the sign we received on July 23rd involved the King of Hollywood. This is a nickname for Clint Eastwood. He also goes by the King of Western movie genre, the King of Western, the King of Hollywood, Clint Eastwood. We had more movie signs, and so much was opened up. God showed so much amazing information and revealed it through the signs that occurred on July 23rd that another separate video will be made, and it'll be titled The Unforgiven Video. There'll be a thumbnail with a picture of Clint Eastwood on it, and it'll be titled Unforgiven. This is the movie in which Clint Eastwood directed and starred in and won many Academy Awards. And of course, the name Unforgiven is a prophetic hint at God's judgment for America and it being unforgiven, having not repented. Clint Eastwood is known for saying in a published interview that Barack Obama was the biggest hoax on America in American history. Obama is the biggest hoax on America in history. And he said this right after, just a week after, his famous speech he delivered at the Republican National Convention, in which he spontaneously pretended to be interviewing Barack Obama, sitting next to him. And he was mocked in the media for this, which is why he gave this interview to his hometown, small town in California, the local newspaper, which published this interview, in which Clint Eastwood said that the biggest hoax in American history was Barack Obama. And this became a major news story in itself, him calling Obama the biggest hoax in American history. This is why one of the things that point to Clint Eastwood on July 23rd was the senator from the 45th state quickly reposting a hoax that Jimmy Carter had died. And again, God was pointing to July 23rd ahead of time for the death of Jimmy Carter. And on this day was a major news story regarding this hoax regarding the death of Jimmy Carter. This senator from the 45th state reposted this, and the senator's name is Mike Lee, and he quickly reposted it without checking to see if it was real, which hints at Quick Mike, the name of the character at the center of the plot in the movie Unforgiven. One of the other news stories on this day that confirms all of this is the announcement, the report in the New York Post regarding the announcement from the Monterey County Health Department regarding how it is that Clint Eastwood's wife died. I will be explaining more. I'm just going through this very superficially here. This just briefly to explain how it is that July 23rd was confirmed, the analysis was confirmed, and how it reveals adding an additional 9 days to get to the date that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 1st. This Senator Mike Lee, who hints at Quick Mike, also posted another hoax 6 + 6 + 6 days earlier, which hints at the Antichrist's number 666. He did the same thing. He quickly reposted a hoax regarding Joe Biden's regarding a medical emergency that Joe Biden supposedly had on his Air Force One. This is because all of this is connecting to the death of Kamala Harris in her Air Force plane. And this senator is the senator from the 45th state, and I will explain in the Unforgiving video how the 4th out of 5 Dirty Harry movies about a detective from San Francisco and Kamala Harris is from San Francisco, and as in Dirty Harry, the detective in the Dirty Harry movies in San Francisco. Well, anyway, the 45th state is the sign on this day, but also on this day, Elon Musk, in his interview, speaking of interviews with Clint Eastwood, told Jordan Peterson that he was not donating $45 million to the Trump campaign. And Trump is the 45th president. Jordan Peterson hints at Michael Jordan, who also wore jersey number 45, in addition to his jersey number 23, which is the jersey number that Barack Obama, the basketball president, wore in high school. Michael Jordan also wore jersey number 9 when he played for the U.S. Olympic Dream Team, in which the team outscored their opponents by an average of 44 points, which hints at the 44th president, skipping the 45th presidency. And the number 45 is the 9th triangular number. In the Unforgiven video, I will explain how the news of Clint Eastwood's wife and his death points to the death of his former girlfriend and wife, Sandra Locke, who starred with him, Clint Eastwood, in the only Clint Eastwood directed Dirty Harry movie, the fourth of the 5 Dirty Harry movies, which also hints at the number 45. And again, 45 is the 9th triangular number. And this is why it is 9 days from these signs on July 23rd to the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 1st. The 4th of the 5th Dirty Harry movies made $150,000. This is one reason for it being revealed that 15 days after July 23rd and these Clint Eastwood-related prophetic signs will be the day that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash on August 7th. The reason why this all points to Sandra Locke, the former girlfriend and wife of Clint Eastwood, is that throughout her entire career and for her entire public life after her public, is that throughout her entire career and also her public life after her career, she maintained a big hoax regarding her birth date. In her first role, she shaved off 6 years to get her role, which got her nominated for an Academy Award. 6 years is 2 times 3 years, which hints at 23. And this hints at Barack Obama, the basketball president, who wore jersey number 23. And it is what Clint Eastwood is alluding to when he called Obama the biggest hoax. He's alluding to the hoax of Obama having been born, his birth location, in the U.S., which is why the hoax of Clint Eastwood's girlfriend is relevant regarding her hoax about her birth date. Her hoax of 2 times 3 years, which hints at 23, pairs with the number 9, and this is how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter as the Bible says is required, and this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which God would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9 and 23. 23 is the 9th prime number. Barack Obama, the basketball president, wore 23 and became president in 2009. In other words, the hoax of Clint Eastwood's former girlfriend of 2 times 3 years confirms the addition of the 9 days from these signs related to Clint Eastwood on July 23rd to give us the date that Jimmy Carter will die on August 1st. Now again, I'm only scratching the surface here. This video that I'm speaking of, the video that will be titled The Unforgiven Prophecy, is so overwhelmingly astounding, it must be watched. And the reason is because through this story that God is telling, there is extremely important knowledge that everyone needs to know. All right, I am now recording this on August 3rd. The signs on August 1st confirmed all of the analysis. The story is amazing. God provided more prophetic signs that revealed an entirely different story, as each step along the way does. And the story that God told through the signs that occurred on August 1st brought in the story of President Gerald Ford, who Jimmy Carter beat in the 76 election, 1976. Gerald Ford was the football president. And one of the signs we received on August 1st that confirmed all of the analysis was a football game, the first preseason football game of the season, which, and I'll explain this in another video. It'll be a truly amazing video. Make sure you watch it. I don't know what the title of it will be yet, but it'll explain what I'm about to just briefly, the point here is to just tell you that the signs confirmed all of the analysis and revealed adding 4 more days. One of the signs was a football game that pointed to Gerald Ford, the football president, who Jimmy Carter beat. But one way in which God did this was through the football games one football game in particular in which Gerald Ford participated in, which was the Chicago Charities College All-Star football game, which was an annual football game played between the winner of the Super Bowl and an all-star team made up of college players. That ended in 76, the year that Gerald Ford was beaten by Jimmy Carter in the election. That was the last year of this annual tradition. And Gerald Ford played in one of these games. That game was against Chicago. It's also titled the Chicago Charities football game because it was played annually in Chicago, but it wasn't always involving the Chicago Bears. But anyway, the Antichrist is the 44th president who is from Chicago. One clue for adding 4 days. Also, the football game score, the one that occurred on August 1st, 2024, had a point difference of 4 points. The score was, which confirmed adding 4 days to get August 5th, the date it is now predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. The score was 21-17, and 21 hints at 3. The 17 hints at 8, which together hint at 38. Gerald Ford was the 38th president. Okay, also, the story, the sports media story of this game regarding this first football game of the season was about how there is a new rule for kickoffs, which is symbolic or hinting at the kickoff, if you will, of the end times and the destruction of America. And that is what Jimmy Carter symbolizes, which is explained in these videos. I have, importantly, well, let me see. Yes, extremely importantly, the Jimmy Carter funeral video. All of the videos that are making the prediction for Jimmy Carter's death should be watched, and the wise person will recognize this when the prediction comes to pass. But the funeral video is, unlike the other videos, it's the only one that's really talking about the prophetic signs pointing or regarding the funeral, which will be a massive prophetic sign. Anyway, Jimmy Carter is symbolic of Methuselah, and the name Methuselah means when he dies, destruction. Methuselah died in the Bible at the time of the flood, when it began. Methuselah was Noah's grandfather. Okay, so anyway, that's what is hinted at with the kickoff, but it's also hinting at the kickoff event of the demons pretending to be aliens, and Jimmy Carter is the UFO president. That's explained in other videos. Okay, so the thing about the new rule for the kickoffs in the NFL, and the reason why they made the rule, changed the rule, is because kickoffs were the most dangerous play in the game when the players rush down the entire field aiming to tackle the person that catches the ball. And the NFL has a controversy over how it is an unhealthy sport and people suffer brain damage, particularly when they are hit hard, and that's what happens on kickoffs. So this was for safety reasons, and that's also prophetic because we are also looking at the event prior to the beginning kickoff event of the alien deception, of the rescue and rapture of God's faithful, which is symbolized with this safety aspect of this story. Now, the new rule has it that the team's players are lined up on the 40-yard line when the kickoff is kicked. So before the new rule, the players were lined up somewhere on their side of the field, but now they are lined up on the 40-yard line of the opposing team. Well, anyway, there's lots to this. I'm not going to get into any more details because I want to save it for another video, and believe me, there's so much more than just this anyway. More than just even the kickoff rule. I'm talking far more. You have no idea. It's going to be an amazing video, as all of the Carter videos are. Well, anyway, the new rule about the 40-yard line not only hints at the 40th Vice President Gerald Ford, who was the only president to never have been elected either vice president or president, which makes him being the 40th vice president that much more relevant, because it hints at the 44th president, Barack Obama, who will likewise become the president again through being appointed instead of elected, thus overcoming the 22nd Amendment's restriction on someone being elected to the office more than twice. He will be appointed just like Gerald Ford, the only president to never have been elected. He was appointed instead. He was appointed the 40th vice president. Okay, and so that's the 40-yard line we are talking about. And as I'm saying, and we'll explain in the other video, this is all pointing to Gerald Ford. And anyway, the 40-yard line new rule is further confirmation of adding 4 days, in addition to the 4-point difference in the score of the game. Now, another sign we received, the big news story of the day, was the hostage exchange. The media would call it the prisoner exchange, but you could also look at it quite accurately as being a hostage exchange. Jimmy Carter was known for the Iranian hostage crisis. That was one of the biggest things about his presidency. The Iranian hostage crisis, which, by the way, is an extremely prophetic sign in God's signs, and one will know this if they've watched the videos on this channel. I've talked about this in many occasions, including other Carter videos, and how it plays into God's big picture in so many different ways. But this Iranian hostage crisis is also known as the 444-day hostage crisis, because it lasted for 444 days. Furthermore, it began on the date 11/4, November 4th, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44. Barack Obama, the Antichrist president, the 44th president, was elected on the date 11/4. Incidentally, Barack Obama, the 44th president, who was elected on the date 11/4, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44, was elected exactly 29 years after the beginning of the 444-day hostage crisis on the date 11/4. The reason for 29 years is because if God were to symbolize 9/11 and the judgment warning through the events on 9/11 and 2001 for America, using only 2 numbers, it would be 29 or 92, as the 2 hints at 2 ones. And so anyway, this prophetic sign involving the hostage crisis, which was an exchange of 24 hostages total, hints at the 444-day hostage crisis, which is further confirmation of adding 4 days. 444-day hostage crisis hints at 4 days to the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 5th, 4 days after August 1st. The last thing to mention here before just moving on here is that it was 24 hostages, and Jimmy Carter was born in the year 24 and is predicted to die in the year 2024, born in 1924. And that is because Jesus Christ was, the name Jesus in the Greek concordance is G2424, which incidentally is why Jesus Christ will return in the year 2024. It hints at 2 times 24, in other words, 2424. Also, JC hints at Jimmy Carter. Jesus Christ, the initials are hinted at with Jimmy Carter. The initials for Jimmy Carter, I should say, JC, hint at Jesus Christ. And so that's why 24 hostages. And also 24 is 8 plus 8 plus 8, and G2424 in Strong's Greek Concordance, the word in Greek for Jesus, is equal to, in Greek gematria, 888. Furthermore, it was 2 nations that did the exchange. That hints at 2024 and also 2424, which is what the death of Jimmy Carter hints at, because he was born in 24 and will die in 24. And so there you have just a brief explanation. Make sure you watch the full video. It'll explain so much more. There's so much to this story. It is so amazing. But here you have why it is that, or how it is that the analysis for August 1st was 100% correct, and revealed adding 4 days to get the date. It is now predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 5th. And once again, the reason for the need to watch the other video is that God is telling these stories through these big pictures, through the trail of signs. And there is important, extremely important knowledge and information that needs to be known. This is why the other video needs to be watched. It's not enough to just simply know about the prediction. If God wanted to, he could simply tap on someone's shoulder and say, hey, tell the world that this is going to happen on such and such date. But what would that be good for? It would be good for very little. There would be very little learned from it. The knowledge and learning comes from the big picture of signs that is only being explained on this channel. And it is through these trails of signs that involve these steps in the trail of signs that God is able to tell these stories. And so that's why the other video needs to be watched. One more basic thing I should add here to make it all relevant is that Gerald Ford had his college uniform number retired. That's why he is the football president. He was very good at football, and his university retired his uniform number, but of course that was partly because he became the president. But anyway, his jersey number is 48. And that is because all of this is pointing to the predicted 48th president, Barack Obama, who, like Gerald Ford, will be the unelected president. And also, by the way, Barack Obama is also known for his jersey number because he is the basketball president. So that's another reason why the football president is relevant. Also, Barack Obama was the first affirmative action black president who was born in 1961. And Gerald Ford, part of the story of his college football days is the time in which his Wolverines from Michigan were told by Georgia Tech, the team from the fourth state, the state that Jimmy Carter is known for being from, told the Michigan team that they wouldn't play the Michigan team, if their black player would play in the game. And this black player was Gerald Ford's best friend on the team and the guy that he would room with when they went on road trips. This black player of the Michigan Wolverines was number 61, which hints at Barack Obama, who was born in 61. 61 is the 18th prime number, and 18 is 6 plus 6 plus 6, which hints at the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy, 666. All right, I apologize. I took a little longer than I should have to explain some of the things regarding August 1st and how the prophetic signs on that date confirmed the analysis. For one thing, what I just explained, there's so much more to it, and it's explained in the video that I made that will be explaining all of this. So anyway, August 5th also turned out to be a step in the trail of signs, and it was recognized that it would be before August 5th. I think it was August 3rd that it was recognized that it would only be a step. Maybe it was August 4th, but regardless, the date didn't come and go before it was recognized that it would only be a step. The reason why the clue came in and to look at a further date down the road was because it was known that on August 5th, this Hurricane Debby, which wasn't a hurricane at the time of this discovery, it was thought that it could become a hurricane. But anyway, Hurricane Debby hints at Judges chapter 4 in the Bible regarding Deborah and Barak, the leaders of Israel. And the story about Hurricane Debby, it was known that it would first hit Florida and then Georgia, the fourth state, which confirmed adding the 4 days. Not only that though, it hit Florida first, and Florida is the 27th state, And 27 is 3 times 9, which hints at 39 and the 39th president, who is from the 4th state. Not only that, now it is August 7th as I'm recording this, and it's now reported that 4 people died in Florida due to this storm. That was known to be the sign to confirm the adding of 4 days from August 1st. And not only that, that same story talks about how 4 times 400 flights were canceled, which is more confirmation for the 4. And that all said makes all of this confirmation for adding 4 more days to August 5th. To get the date, it is now predicted that Jimmy Carter, who is from the 4th state, will die on August 9th. This is all flood symbolism, a hurricane, it's flooding, it's water, and August 9th will be the 50th anniversary of the end of the Watergate scandal, which was the beginning of Gerald Ford's presidency. The 40th president becoming the president. Okay, so that's why we had 4 days to August 5th when the storm, by the way, it was also the 4th named storm of the season. So the 4th named storm of the season, Debbie hinted at Judges chapter 4, and it hit the 4th state, killed 4 people, and canceled 4 times 400 flights 4 days after the 40-yard line rule and for kickoffs and the 4-point differential in the game, and on and on. But anyway, you get the idea. We had 4 more days to August 5th. There's much more to August 5th, which will also be explained in the same video that I'm going to explain August 1st. So I shouldn't really say this, but if you only watch one Carter video, I recommend watching this particular Carter video that I've titled The Trump Assassination Prophecy, because that's part of it, but that shouldn't be said because it really isn't a better video or a more informative video than the other videos. They're all profound. But make sure you watch, anyway, the Trump Assassination Prophecy video that is predicting that Jimmy Carter will die on August 9th. Yeah, I'm going to emphasize this one more time. Make sure that you watch all of the Trump Assassination Prophecy video predicting Jimmy Carter's death on August 9th. Not only will there be much more information regarding what happened on August 1st and 5th, but it is a beautiful summary of so many things regarding Jimmy Carter. There's so much to it. Trust me, it's far more than what I've just alluded to with what I've talked about so far regarding August 1st and 5th. It's an absolute must watch. All right, August 9th ended up being another step, a very important one, in the trail of signs that is leading, among other things, to the death of Jimmy Carter. August 9th, I should have known, would be a step. I should have known this because, as I was talking earlier a minute ago about August 1st, this was the day of the prisoner exchange with Russia. A total of 24 prisoners were exchanged between the two nations, which hinted at Jimmy Carter. And again, August 1st was known ahead of time to be a step in the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter was born in 1924, and he's predicted to die in 2024. And that hints at G2424 in Strong's Greek Concordance, which is the word that means Jesus. And this is why Jimmy Carter has the initials JC, stands for Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, when he returns, will lead the captives free. This is a phrase, if you will, in the Bible regarding the second coming of Lord Jesus Christ. And so, Jimmy Carter, his presidency was, of course, known for the Iranian hostage crisis. The prisoner exchange was symbolism for hostages because that's essentially what these prisoners were. And that's part of the story, in fact, although the media doesn't use the word hostage. The media stories talk about how these, especially on the Russian side, these These American prisoners were held for no legitimate reason, and so they were essentially hostages. And literally, okay, and so Jimmy Carter's presidency was known for the hostage crisis, which eventually led to their release, and on the last day of Jimmy Carter's presidency. Okay, so this is, and the Iranian hostage crisis, which is synonymous with Carter's presidency, is also known as the 444-day hostage crisis. And that is because it lasted for 440 days, 444 days. That was the length of time that the hostages were held hostage. And so one of the names of the Iranian hostage crisis is the 444-day hostage crisis. Well, this is clearly a prophetic sign that points to the 44th president. I've explained in the Jimmy Carter malaise video, the thumbnail for that particular video is the malaise speech video. I've explained how Jimmy Carter has many parallels with Barack Obama, the 44th president. Furthermore, the 444-day hostage crisis began on the date 11/4, November 4th, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44. The 444-day hostage crisis that began on the date that hints at 44 was exactly 4 times 4 weeks after one of the other big things that the Carter presidency is known for, which is his malaise speech, which again I outline in the malaise video, and that speech is essentially, it is in proper light with the eyes to see, a judgment warning from God. I recommend reading that speech and interpreting it as a warning from God regarding the state of America and the coming judgment and destruction. And so that's why it should have been recognized that August 9th would be a step in the trail of signs ahead of time, because it was 4 + 4 days after all of what I explained that began on August 1st, which was also not only the day of the football game in which the score difference was 4 points and the kickoff rule was changed to the 40-yard line, it was the day of the hostage exchange, or rather the prisoner exchange with Russia, which hinted at Jimmy Carter. And it was a 444-day hostage crisis, which could have easily been added to August 1st ahead of time as 4 + 4 + 4 days, because August 13th, furthermore, was already known to be a very significant date that God is pointing to. It is the 9th of Av in the Hebrew calendar, which incidentally, the 9th of August is a play on. And the 9th of Av is a prophetic date in the Hebrew calendar because of its association with destruction. And again, Jimmy Carter in God's signs is symbolism for Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. This is why we received on August 9th these signs that pointed to Yellowstone volcano, which is in the 44th state, and the caldera lies on the 44th latitudinal line. Much needs to be said about these signs that occurred on August 9th and their context regarding the coming predicted eruption of Yellowstone volcano. But this was the day that Trump's airplane made an emergency landing in Montana as it was on its way to Bozeman, which sits on top of the Yellowstone volcano plume of lava underneath. Montana is the 41st state. On this day, Kamala Harris was in the 48th state, and that is because the 48th president will be Barack Obama, the 44th president, after he replaces Kamala Harris, who is predicted to die in a plane crash, which is why the emergency landing of Trump in his plane. Now, there are so many things to say here, but I will just say this. August 13th will also be a step in the trail of signs. Although it is amazing that it is 4 + 4 + 4 days after August 1st, it is yet still another step, according to the analysis and what God is pointing to and communicating. Incidentally, also, speaking of Kamala Harris, she is predicted to die on her flight on her way back from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C., in order to attend the funeral of Jimmy Carter. Now I will explain a few things. First of all, August 13th, as I just explained, was 4 + 4 + 4 days after the signs on August 1st that involved the number 4, and also that included the hostage exchange, which hinted at the 444-day hostage exchange during Jimmy Carter's presidency. What I also didn't mention, by the way, is that 444 days were the last 444 days of Jimmy Carter's presidency. And that's also, in a way, how 444 symbolizes Jimmy Carter. And so anyway, from the trail of signs that led to August 1st, we had 4 + 4 + 4 days to August 13th. Now, the signs that occurred on August 13th are, like usual, extremely profound and extremely important, and they are explained in the absolute must-watch, like all of the Carter videos are. These are explained in the Carter, Israel will bomb Iran. On this day, we had a Jewish protesting group of Jewish protesters. Okay, this was the 9th of Av, which is the date associated with the Hebrew calendar date that's associated with destruction and calamity for Israel. And on this day, we had the Jewish protesters, pro-Hamas Jewish protesters protesting Israel and shutting down the I-405 highway. And 405 hints at 45 in August. Well, anyway, the point here is that this was a step 4 days before August 17th. And the bottom line here, just to summarize, because I explained it all in the other video anyway, is that the sign occurred in California. California is the 31st state, which hints at adding 1 + 3 days to get to August 17th. What gives us a second witness confirmation for adding 1 + 3 days is the number 13 is very much relevant to Israel, as is Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter, again, is symbolism for Barack Obama, the Antichrist, who, like Jimmy Carter, will lead a world effort to persecute Jews in Israel and divide Israel's land and make Jerusalem an international city, and on and on. So that's why Carter symbolism, okay? But the dates on which the Jews were persecuted in the in the Bible, in the book of Esther, were the 2 13th days of the month. And that's why we had the 13th of August. All right, August 17th also ended up being a step in the trail of signs, and I will explain in a second what happened on August 17th. It is amazing. But prior to that, I just want to read something that I wrote prior to August 17th, explaining how and why God was pointing to August 17th in regards to James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, in advance. Okay, so also on this day, we had the most radical anti-Semite, anti-Jew congressperson, Ilhan Omar, won her primary by 13%. Okay, so the number 13 is associated with the Jews in the book of Esther in the Bible. The Jews were persecuted by the leader in Iran on the 2 13th days of the month. Ilhan hints at Iran, and Iran is Persia, and the Jews were in Persia in the book of Esther when they were persecuted on the 2 13th days of the month by the anti-Semites in Persia. Okay, also on this day, we had the death of Wally Amos. Many people are aware of this. Many people that are interested in prophetic signs are aware that this is a prophetic sign, the death of Wally Amos. And I explain more regarding Wally Amos in the Paul Simon videos. But here it is relevant that Wally Amos was born exactly 13 times 13 days before the Antichrist, Pope Francis, was born. And the Antichrists are described in the 13th chapter of the book of Revelation. In other words, the number 13 in the Bible is symbolic of the Antichrist, because Haman, who persecuted the Jews in Persia, was also a type for the Antichrist. And so Wally Amos died at the age of 88, and this pointed to the prophet Amos in the Bible, chapter 8, verse 8, which I read in the Paul Simon videos. So, and again, Jimmy Carter, or James Earl Carter, is relevant to this because he is also a type for the Antichrist in persecuting the Jews in Judea, in Israel, because of the Camp David peace accords, when he pressured Israel to give back land, which was the biggest transgression against God described collectively that the nations will do in Bible prophecy in the end. So he's a foreshadow. Jimmy Carter is a type for this, as I've explained in the other videos. He is a type pointing to Barack Obama, who will do like Jimmy Carter has done, but more so. Well, so we have these 13s, in other words, okay? Again, the 13 times 13 days between Wally Amos's birth and the birth of the Antichrist. And this representative that hates Israel having won her primary by 13%. It's quite a large amount. But anyway, it's not random that it's 13%. Okay, so that's confirmation for adding the 1 plus 3 days, which also hints at 13. Okay, it occurred on the 9th of Av, this Jewish date. This is amazing. This radical anti-Semite, the symbolic anti-Semite of America, if you will, won her primary by 13%, which is a number that is symbolic of persecution of Jews, on this 9th of Av date. This 9th of Av date in the Hebrew calendar, which is this date of calamity for Jews. All of the calamities in history, the last 2,000 years, all symbolically began on the 9th of Av date. I could tell the story, but it would take a while, including the two temples. The first and second temples were destroyed on the 9th of Av. And so we have the Jewish protest, Jewish pro-Hamas, anti-Israel protesters on this date. And it was in the 31st stage. So anyway, you get the idea here. We're adding 1 plus 3 or 3 plus 1, 31st stage, number 13, relevant because of Jews and the 9th of Av. That gets us to August 17th, but it also hints at 3 13s, which is 39, and Jimmy Carter was the 39th president. And so from this day, that definitely points to Jimmy Carter. And furthermore, is at the end of this trail of signs pointing to Jimmy Carter. Is an easy, straightforward 39 days to the date it is predicted that the 39th president will die on September 21st. But God wasn't done. He also pointed to August 17th. And now I'm going to explain something that was written prior to August 17th that explains how August 17th is important and why God used this date in his trail of signs. So it's very important. And then I'll be right back afterwards to explain what happened on August 17th. It's amazing. And we'll continue from there. The reason that Jimmy Carter will die on August 17th is that August 17th hints at the area code 817, which is the area code for Fort Worth, Texas. Fort Worth is known for the seminary schools that churn out the nation's paid pastors that teach the heretical and Gnostic doctrines. Jimmy Carter's death on August 17th will communicate that Jimmy Carter, is a quote-unquote Christian who is not going to make it. He is symbolism for quote-unquote Christians that are not going to make it, at least not the rapture, which is the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians. Matthew 24:4-5, quote, "And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many," unquote. Christ is Greek for Messiah, which is Hebrew that simply means anointed one. It does not mean Lord Jesus Christ. There are examples in the Bible of Messiahs, anointed ones, that are not a reference to Lord Jesus Christ. Okay? So, and ignore the Calvinist translations, the translations that promote pastors and teachers that say the Christ. Okay? It's just anointed one. Okay? Many anointed ones will come and deceive many. There have been few people that have come claiming to be Lord Jesus Christ, and they haven't led many people astray, nor will they, because it is recognized by people that those people are in poor mental health. What has led many people astray over the centuries and continues to, and today it is more dangerous than ever to be following a pastor, is pastors, priests, reverends, and bishops and popes. Okay, so anointed is what pastors, reverends, and priests, and popes, and bishops, and popes claim to be. Jesus said in the book of Revelation that he hates the Nicolaitans and their teachings and works, and that he is coming to make war on the Nicolaitans with the sword of his mouth in the end times, which is now. Jesus' reference to Nicolaitans includes the sycophant followers of the so-called anointed ones, quote-unquote pastors. The word Nicolaitan comes from Greek and means ruling over the laity. Jesus forbid calling anyone your teacher or leader. The writings of Paul on this subject flatly contradict the writings of Jesus, Peter, and John. The question is, what are you going to make of the contradictions? Because they clearly do contradict. We have a problem here with those that believe that the Bible is inerrant. Okay? That's the issue. But if you do believe the Bible is inerrant, what are you going to make of the passages that Paul wrote that clearly contradict the other passages that Peter, John, and Jesus wrote? And I will leave a link in the description box below. If you're not familiar with these passages that contradict Paul's teaching on this subject, you'll have your eyes opened. All right? Now, so Jesus forbid this. Okay? There is only one teacher and one flock, Jesus' flock. As he said, there would be one flock. And he is angry with the 45,000 denominations, the 45,000 different Christian denominations that are the direct result, the consequence of the monetization, preaching for money, which pastors do, which Jesus forbid, the monetization of the church. The only thing that Jesus got violently angry for when in his first coming was when he got angry and violently at the monetization, the people that had monetized the church, and anointed ones. The 45,000 denominations are the institutionalization of the errors that are within these denominations, because they all claim to be correct, and so none of them are correct, obviously. And the errors that are institutionalized because of this, for the most part, would not be with us today if it weren't for the institutionalizing of these through paid pastors and through paid pastors, through leaders preaching for money, which Jesus forbid because he knew this would happen. Jesus hates this. Okay, that's why Carter will die, who is symbolism for Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. The thing is that the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, the reason why this channel is providing so much knowledge that other channels do not, The reason for the many predictions here, the reason why this channel knows what's happening and the other channels don't, for the most part, is because this is really the only channel that is talking about what God is really angry with. The focus of his creation is his church. And the reason for the state that America is in today is because of the church. The Nicolaitan Church. The American Evangelical Church. It's not just evangelicals, of course, but Jesus loves, it reproves whom he loves. And the Church of Laodicea is most definitely the American Evangelical Church. And it's because of the pastors and their doctrine that comes out of Fort Worth. And make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason and purpose for this prediction that Jimmy Carter will die on the date 8/17. It points to Fort Worth because God is very angry, because Dallas-Fort Worth is the capital of evangelicalism. And God is coming to make, or Jesus is coming to make war with the sword of his mouth on this, on the pastor system that teaches the heretical Gnostic, and I mean that literally, and John called the Gnostics antichrists, the Gnostic doctrine, the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day. You, if you are a Christian, will know that you should, I recommend anyway, watching what would be probably the most important video on this channel for you, the 23 Church Signs video. That'll explain more regarding doctrine, which is very important, and I guarantee you that if you are a Christian, there's a very good chance that you have this doctrine that Jesus hates and is coming to make war on. Okay. Now, the 39th president is predicted to die exactly 39 weeks after his wife of 77 years died. The 39th president was inaugurated in 77. In God's signs, Carter is symbolism for the prophecy in the book of Revelation that regards a 7th and 8th king. Carter is predicted to die exactly 78 weeks after he was admitted into a hospice. This connection is also 1 year, 5 months, and 30 days, which hints at 153 fish that were caught in the net in Jesus' last miracle, which was symbolism for the end of the age of fishing for men. Jimmy Carter was born in 24, and he is predicted to die in 24. G2424 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word that for Jesus. Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hints at Jesus Christ. Jimmy Carter is predicted to die in 24 plus 24 days, in other words, 2 days, after news regarding arrests made related to the death of Matthew Perry. This was August 15th, okay? So I explained how the Trail of Signs led to August 15th. Now I'm explaining what happened on August 15th. This is amazing, okay? Now, what I'm saying is that there was news on August 15th regarding the death of Matthew Perry. It was the arrests that were made. Perry died after playing pickleball. Pickles are food. The Antichrist will ration food. That's why God is alluding to food here. And Carter was a farmer of food, including pears. Which is what the name Perry hints at. It hints at pears. The most common type of pear sold are Bartlett pears. The news regarding Perry on August 15th was the same day that the actor who played President Gerald Bartlett in the West Wing TV show saluted President Biden at the White House. Martin Sheen, who I'm talking about, also starred in Apocalypse Now. And August 15th was the 45th anniversary of this movie that cost $45 million to make, and that's one of the reasons how August 15th was recognized way back in March as being the day. In fact, it was for a while believed to be the day of the rapture because of the overwhelming amount of profound connections, including this one, Apocalypse Now, which hints at the apocalypse, of course, beginning now. But it was just another step for God to tell a story through, which is the purpose of this channel and this video, and the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction, because otherwise you will not know or learn about these stories that God has been telling through these steps in the trails of signs, which is what August 15th was, another step. As amazing as that was, because it was so convincing that it would be the day, but there needed to be more profound stories to be told. Okay. The news about Perry regards the things, okay, the things of ketamine. And I'm going to use the word thing in lieu of the word that should be word used, but you know what I'm talking about, okay? How does ketamine get into a person? It's put into a person with a thing, okay? It's a thing. Okay, so the news about Perry regards the things of ketamine that were thinged, put into him, into his blood. Sheen's famous and iconic scene in the movie Apocalypse Now was unscripted when, during filming, he accidentally cut his hand breaking a mirror. Following cutting his hand, he continued acting and improvised the scene with his bloody hand spreading the real blood around his body and the hotel room. In the scene, Sheen's character is trapped and waiting inside a hotel room. Apocalypse Now was released in 1979, the year during the Carter administration, in which began the Iranian hostage crisis of trapped Americans waiting in their rooms for their release. Apocalypse Now was released exactly 9 times 9 days before the 444-day hostage crisis, and to confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 9 and 44 together, as the 44th president became the president in 2009. And again, that's the reason why the last 444 days were the Iranian hostage crisis, is because it points to the 44th president, Antichrist. Oh, and also Persia hints at the Antichrist, which is Iran, because of the story in the Bible. And so that's further confirmation that the Iranian hostage crisis that was 444 days long pointed to the 44th president, Antichrist. Okay, now where was I? Okay, so yeah, he spreads his blood. It's all, he was trapped in the room in the movie, just like the Iranian hostage crisis people, and the movie was released in 79, just as the year of the hostage crisis. The prophetic sign at the White House on August 15th involving Martin Sheen, when he shook hands and saluted the president, because Martin Sheen played the president in the West Wing TV series. The prophetic sign at the White House on August 15th involving Martin Sheen, known for his bloody hand scene, was the same day that the ketamine queen was arrested in connection to Matthew Perry's blood being thinged with ketamine. The ketamine queen hints at Carter, who in God's signs is symbolism pointing to the prophecy about the 7th and 8th kings. So that's the king sign we would expect in advance. We were expecting such a thing in advance, a king-related symbolism sign, and so we got the queen, or the ketamine queen, on this day, okay? Carter was known for committing transgression against the God of Israel when he pressured Israel into giving land to Egypt in the name of peace. Daniel chapter 12 mentions a period of 1,335 days after an abomination is set up in Israel. August 15th, the day on which the ketamine queen was arrested for things into Matthew Perry's blood, was exactly 1,335 days after the CVD disease thing in Israel was first administered, and the thing was put into the blood of the prime minister of Israel. That was the first one, okay? 1,335 days later. And that's relevant because also 1,335 days is 45 days after 1,290 days, which got us to July 1st. Which was the beginning of this trail of signs that is being explained in this video. Now, the reason why 1,290 days is relevant also regarding Jimmy Carter is because Jimmy Carter's Camp David Accords regarding Israel in 1978 were 1,290 years after the abomination was set up, the beginning of the construction of the Dome of the Rock on top of where the Temple Mount, on top of the location that the Jewish temple once stood before it was destroyed on the 9th of Av. And then we get all of this to the 9th of Av on, August 15th, arguably. Anyway, okay. So and in the Bible and in Bible prophecy, a day is symbolic for a year. And so the 1,290 days in Bible prophecy is confirmed with the 1,290 days to the abomination, and giving the land back to Israel was an abomination. But what also further confirms this is that in Daniel chapter 12, we have three different numbers of days, the first one being 1,260 days, and when we add 1,260 years to 688 AD, the beginning of construction of the Dome of the Rock, we get 1948, the year of the rebirth of Israel. And so you can't get the date of the rebirth of Israel from the ancient text without it being not a coincidence and designed by God. And so also that is a second witness confirmation to the 1,260 years to Jimmy Carter in 1978, which is another confirmation from the abomination, the spiritual abomination, which is the thing, the mark of the Antichrist. In its current form, it does not need an additional something, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship to go with it to be the mark of the Antichrist, or does it not need an additional age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is, in fact, it is judgment for this particular doctrine from the pastors. Okay, and so anyway, the spiritual abomination was first taken in Israel 1,290 days before July 1st, the beginning of this trail of signs, and also 1,335 days after this beginning of the abomination was taken was August 15th. Okay. Now, also on August 15th, we had the singer, the band leader of the band Great White, died at the age of 63, which hints at three sixes, which is 666, the number of the Antichrist, and he died exactly 1,121 weeks after the one of the deadliest fires in American history, which was a Great White Concert. Okay, and the Great White Concert killed 230 people, which hints at 23, the number of the Antichrist. Also, 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666, the number of the Antichrist. Also, taking the thing, the mark of the Antichrist, is tantamount to denying Jesus, which is why Jesus said to Peter that the rooster would not crow twice before Peter would deny him 3 times. Okay, and so it injured 230 people, not killed 230 people. Well, anyway, the 1,121 weeks is hinting at the number 1,121, which is the 328th semi-prime number, and that hints at Daniel 3:28, the verse in the Bible that is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, which is just further confirmation that these ketamine signs and the 1,335 days from the abomination, it's confirmation that the reason for the prophetic significance of Matthew Perry and the ketamine queen and all this is because of the things, because things were used to put the ketamine into Matthew Perry, which is symbolism for all of this. And that's why Apocalypse Now was the 45th anniversary of the movie that cost $45 million to make, and on and on. Okay, so that's just more confirmation for you for all of this. But again, August 15th will be 45 days after July 1st, and it could be said that all of this trail of signs that is leading from July 1st that have gone through here, it could have all been overpassed with the connection of 1,335 days from the date in 2020 in which the spiritual abomination was first taken in Israel. We didn't necessarily need to go through the 1,260 days, and then we could have just gone even then from there to July 1st, and then 45 days to the 45th anniversary of the Apocalypse Now movie, etc., because of the 45 difference of days between the 1,290 days and the 1,335 days. But there's so much to this, and obviously that wasn't God's plan because of all of the amazing, very extremely important information that came through God telling these stories that were able to be told through these steps in the trail of signs. In other words, there's so much information, as you may know by now, regarding Jimmy Carter that came through this last 45 days. And that wouldn't have been possible had it not been for these intermediary steps, although, as I'm now explaining, weren't even necessary, including even July 1st for that matter, because we could have simply added 1,335 days from December 19th, 2020 to get August 15th, and that would be the end of the story. But that would be tantamount equivalent to God tapping someone on the shoulder and saying, tell the world that such and such is going to happen on such and such date. But what good would that be? That would be essentially worthless. It is through his big picture of signs that develops these trails of signs and steps along the way that God is able to tell these stories and thereby communicate extremely important knowledge that everyone needs to know. Which is why the wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that they need to watch every minute of every Jimmy Carter video and every video on this channel furthermore. All right, now these signs that clearly point to Jimmy Carter, as I've explained now, Martin Sheen, Bartlett Pear, Matthew Perry. By the way, Jimmy Carter's name, Jimmy Carter, is equal to 45 plus 45 plus 45 in simple English gematria. And this was the 45th anniversary of the movie that cost $45 million to make. So it's clearly Jimmy Carter here, queen of ketamine, etc. Okay. Now, Jimmy Carter, as I explained, mentioned that he will die in 24. He was born in 24, which means that G2424. August 15th will be 24 plus 24 hours before the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on August 17th. All right. So what happened on August 17th? Well, first of all, we already have in this trail of signs regarding Jimmy Carter a prophetic kick, which was the new rule for the kickoffs from the 40-yard line, as was explained earlier. On this August 17th date, we had exactly the sign that we would expect to have. We had a sign involving Dallas. The area code of Fort Worth is 817. Which is why this sign occurred on the date 8/17, because the area code of Fort Worth is 817. Dallas is part of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Fort Worth is part of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And so we had a Dallas Cowboys sign, and it was a kick. It was a field goal. God uses records for his signs. It was a record-setting field goal. In all of NFL history, there has never been a field goal kick as far as this one. The prior record, which was set a couple of years ago, was 66 yards, and that was a major prophetic sign as well. This one beat it by 6 yards. So it was a 666. Now, what was unusual about the kicker is that he wore jersey number 17, which is an unusual number for a kicker. Usually the numbers for kickers are at least below the number 10, but usually even below the number 5 even often. Well, not always, but okay. So anyway, his number was number 17. This was on the 17th of the month. But the reason why that's amazing is because Jimmy Carter, as has been explained, is symbolism in God's signs for Methuselah, who died at the time of the flood judgment at the age of 969. 969 is the 17th tetrahedral number. And this is actually, I believe, fully why Methuselah died at the age of 969. This number 17. It's important. It's designed by God that Methuselah died at the age of 969 because it is the 17th tetrahedral number. There's more to this and the significance of the number 17, which I'll just refrain from going into. But what is a tetrahedral number? It's a pyramid of numbers. So in a pyramid of numbers, the last number in the 17th row is 969. Okay? So we had the Dallas sign because, as I just explained, Fort Worth and Dallas is the home of the symbolic home of the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day. Okay? And so I already explained all of that, so no need to explain it anymore. What happened, though, is that the kick ended the second half, and God has used this before, points scored at the end of the second half as time expired. Just for example, the most prophetic, the most famous trick play in Super Bowl history was a major prophetic sign. in Super Bowl 52, and it occurred as time expired in the second half. There was another example on August 31st of a field goal that was kicked, August 31st, 2022, of a field goal that was kicked as time expired to end the second half. Well, anyway, this is what happened. It just highlights the prophetic significance of the kick, but also the points. Like the other two examples, the reason for this kick being prophetic as time expires is because God is pointing to the scoreboard. Because that's the score frozen in time, in other words. All right? So what was the score that was frozen in time? Well, Dallas had 13 points, which confirms all of the analysis that was just explained. And this analysis of this 1 + 3 days anyway was known ahead of August 17th. Prior to Dallas having 13 points, the score was 10-3, which also hinted at 13. Okay? And so that's also confirmation of the 13 days to get to August 30th. That's what God was pointing to. So that's amazing. Now, let's just recap here quickly this trail of signs before we get into the last step here, August 30th. So this video begins with, and it hasn't been fully explained yet because as you have seen, I kept getting interrupted. In other words, I explained what happened on July 1st, but then as I was getting into it, I had to interrupt and say, well, it was just a step, and we had it point to July 11th and then July 23rd. And so eventually we're going to actually explain the rest of what happened on July 1st, and it's very, very important. But anyway, on July 1st, we had the Supreme Court justice that was appointed by the Antichrist Barack Obama say that after the ruling of the Supreme Court that America now had a king, because the Supreme Court ruled that the president is immune from prosecution while conducting his presidential duties. Okay, and also Joe Biden gave a speech to the same effect, saying that America was founded on not having a king, or something to that effect. He also used the word king. And again, James Earl Carter, Jimmy Carter, is king symbolism in God's signs. Okay? He's pointing to the prophecy of the 5th through 8th kings, and that's a parallel with the presidents of 7 and 8 presidents since Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, and the prophecy is about a 7th king, and on and on, as I will explain. Now, this was also the day of the death of Robert Towne, who produced a movie named How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, and I'll explain why that's relevant, but that gave us the 10 days to the death of Shelley Duvall, if you recall. Her death pointed to The Shining, which was written by Stephen King, and this is an amazing video that you must watch. It also hinted at Room 237. So amazing. Make sure you watch the Shining video. It's absolutely amazing. You need to watch it. And anyway, that hinted at adding 2 + 3 + 7 days to get us to July 23rd, which was the day of the Clint Eastwood signs, which I explained in another video as well. And it included an Elon Musk sign and 45 million donated to the 45th president's campaign. 45 is the 9th triangular number. Through the signs here, God pointed to the 4th of the 5 Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry movies, which are pointing to the dirty Kamala Harris, who got her start in politics through being a whore. It's widely known, and that's not a conspiracy theory. And also, we had the sign involving Senator Mike Lee, who fell prey to a hoax and posted quickly. That's because of the character in Clint Eastwood's movie, Unforgiven, Quick Mike. Okay, but also Clint Eastwood said that Barack Obama was the biggest hoax in American history. He said this. It became a viral news story because he said it at the Republican National Convention in 2012. It's a big deal. So there's so much more to this. Make sure you watch the Clint Eastwood movie. It's extremely important as well. Anyway, again, 45 is the 9th prime number, triangular number in a triangle of numbers. The last number in the 45th row is number 9. Anyway, that's why we had 9 days, and we knew this ahead of time. And by the way, this is the case. All of these dates were predicted ahead of time. This trail of signs wasn't put together piecemeal after all of these things. This happened in live, real time. All of these dates were known, these connections were known ahead of time, and then the analysis confirmed the dates, or the number of days in between these dates. Okay? So that got us to August 1st, and I explained the 4s, which hinted at 4 plus 4 plus 4 days. And on the way, we had the 4s here in the 4th state, 4 deaths, 4 times 400 flights, Hurricane Debbie. And anyway, we get ultimately, and also the Yellowstone signs, which Yellowstone's in the 44th state, 44th parallel line. And so we get to, as I have explained, August 13th. That gives us the 1 plus 3. And that gives us gets us to August 17th and the 13 points, which confirms the additional 13 days. By the way, this is equivalent to 17 days, and 17 again is a number that symbolizes Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter is symbolism for Methuselah, or vice versa. And as I explained, Methuselah's number is 969, which is the 17th tetrahedral number. Okay, and I also explained already how the 39 days gets us to the date of Jimmy Carter. We're just going to do this one last step here. And one of the other signs on August 13th was the published scientific study regarding evidence at the historic Jamestown, symbolic of the founding of America, with God's hand on America. And James hints at James Earl Jones. So we had this report published regarding the heritage of the governor, whose name is West. I forget his first name now. Anyway, he arrived just as the colonists had abandoned the settlement. He met them at the bottom of the river. He was arriving from England. They were on their way back, and he said to them, "No, turn around. We're going to make this work." And the abandonment came after what's called the starving times. Okay, so that's very symbolic. The starving times is a prophetic sign. I recommend reading about Jamestown on Wikipedia, if anything. You can get a short idea what happened. But they were persecuted by the Native Indians. They were trapped, just like people will be trapped coming soon. In the Antichrist period, people that refuse to take the mark of the Antichrist, and they will be restricted from buying and selling food, and that's hinted at in the starving times. But also, part of the story is that some of the colonists that were abandoning the settlement were abandoning after they had arrived from Bermuda. So there was a supply. So the early colonists in Jamestown were not self-sufficient, and they were relying on supplies from England, and the big supply flotilla encountered a hurricane, which is Noah's flood symbolism, hence the connection to Methuselah, who died at the time of the flood. And some survivors of that rebuilt the ship in Bermuda and then sailed to the colony. And so this guy West, he apparently, from the study, the new evidence points to how he was an orphan. He was illegitimate, and that was a big deal back in the day, so it was hidden. And anyway, the story, importantly, is about this governor who was authoritarian, and in a moment of crisis. just like the Antichrist will be given complete power in a moment of crisis, just like this governor was. So he dictated to the colonists, no, you're going to turn around and I'm going to, dictate what's going to happen. So that's all Antichrist symbolism, and the colonists were starving, just like the people who will be prevented from buying and selling food in the coming food shortage after the disaster, the destruction, just like Noah's flood symbolism, the eruption of Yellowstone volcano and the mega tsunamis, etc., and earthquakes that'll be coming in November. Well, the coronal mass ejection will knock out the power on October 3rd. Okay, so that's that. That's why Jamestown here. Now, what happened on August 30th, which was a date we were expecting a James Earl Carter sign, was Trump, God's trumpet that he uses to trumpet and highlight prophetic signs, campaigned in Johnstown. I think it's in Pennsylvania, I forget. But the point is that Johnstown is a hint at Jamestown. And the Jonestown massacre. Okay, so actually Jones is another, it's a form of the name James, John. So Jonestown was the famous or infamous massacre in South America, but it was an American colony, just like Jamestown. Okay, so what it was I think it was 900 people at its peak, and so Jonestown was a settlement. I'm trying to remember the name. It's the country next to Venezuela. It's British Guinea, maybe, is the name. It doesn't matter. It's a small little South American country next to Venezuela. This charismatic cult leader named Jones, Jimmy Jones. Okay, so it was in Guyana, and it was Jim Jones, the leader. He was a communist. It was a communist commune, and that is no different than a religion because, first of all, atheism is a religion, and so is communism. And so it was a cult, and the cult followers were following this guy, Jim Jones. Now, at the end, it's a very interesting story if you don't know it. At the time, and it was during Carter's presidency, and that's the point. You know what? There's lots to this, and I apologize. I just can't get it all into this video. I'm running out of time, and really, this is an hour-long video to talk about Jonestown. But anyway, the point is that it's Jimmy Carter, and I could prove that with connections, and I just forget them offhand, and I don't have time to go back into the emails to find out the connections. But it's a Jimmy Carter sign, and there was a congressman who went to Jonestown with an entourage, including journalists of the big media, and they were killed. They were shot at the airfield near the commune in a remote part of Guyana. And right after that, on the same day, Jim Jones led them in a mass suicide murder. And it was a murder also because the people with the guns prevented other people from leaving the center of the commune when they were drinking the Kool-Aid. The expression "drink the Kool-Aid" comes from Jonestown. And they drank the Kool-Aid, but they also, and it's not really known for sure, so they also used injections of the poison. And it's believed that the injections weren't enough, so, or rather, maybe it's the other way around, they were drinking. I think they took, some people drank and took the injections. Let's just cut to the chase here. A lot of people took the injections, okay? So they, not only did they drink the Kool-Aid, but they also put an injection. Okay, I need to go back here and explain again. So they all got together in the center of the commune in an act, as they felt, of martyrdom to promote their cause of communism. And they had been practicing for this day when they might have to do a mass suicide, but it was a mass suicide murder because the people with the guns, the true believers, prevented those that perhaps didn't want to commit suicide from leaving. Okay, and so making sure that everyone either took the thing, okay, the thing that's spelled INJECTION, okay, also an NEEDLE, right? The pointy thing. This was the method in which they took the poison. It was either that or the Kool-Aid, and that's where we get the expression "drink the Kool-Aid" from. So the point here, though, is that this is all symbolism for the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing. And when Jimmy Carter dies on this date, as I am predicting, it will prove what I am saying. It is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship or a supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians have already taken the mark of the Antichrist is that it is judgment from God for this particular doctrine. And the commonly held objections that people have based on their understanding of Bible prophecy that tells them that this couldn't be the mark of the Antichrist are answered in the must-watch Snakebite video on this channel. But make no mistake, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that this thing is the mark of the Antichrist, okay? Now, that's why, because in God's signs, the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, because the inverse of the mark of the Antichrist in the book of Ezekiel would have been a Tav mark, and the Tav letter is the last and 22nd letter in the Hebrew alphabet, and the mark of the Antichrist is described in the last and 22nd book out of 22 books in the Bible that have a total of 22 chapters. And so that's one reason why the number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist. Now, Jimmy Carter is 45 plus 45 plus 45 in simple English gematria, and the reciprocal of 45 is 0.22. And so we have Jonestown. It might as well be named Jamestown because of the connections here. And it's Jonestown, but the thing is that the very famous survivor of Jonestown is this guy named Carter. Tim Carter is the survivor who witnessed the events and escaped. No one is the witness like Jim Carter is. So a big part of the Jonestown story, in other words, is this guy named Carter. And that's why Trumpet was in Johnstown, which hints at Jonestown, on August 30th, this date that was known in advance to be relevant to Jimmy Carter. But Jimmy Carter's about this prophecy in the book of Revelation that identifies the Antichrist, the 44th president, and the mark of the Antichrist is symbolized by the number 22, and that's why Jimmy Carter will die 22 days after this Jonestown sign. All right, September 21st was a major, major date in the Trail of Signs. Can't emphasize that enough. And it was being pointed to ahead of time regarding Jimmy Carter, as I have been explaining. And that's why on the signs on this date we received the relevant signs. These signs are explained in the extremely important, absolute must-watch Michael Jackson Thriller video equals Jimmy Carter will die on September 26th, which is 5 days after September 21st, and the signs we received regarding Jimmy Carter and Michael Jackson and them getting together on the date 5/5, and all of this includes the Jackson 5, and also the story of one of the 5 kids that were paid by the Jackson estate who alleged that they were assaulted by Michael Jackson when they were kids, and a payment of $500,000. Anyway, there's so much to say, and I'm not explaining it at all, but these signs revealed adding 5 days to get the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on September 26th. So make sure you watch the Michael Jackson Thriller video on this channel that's predicting that Carter will die on September 26th. The question is, how did God point to this movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? One of the extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st was that it was 1,290 days after the first Israeli took the thing on December 19th, 2020. This was also the day that the leader of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, took the thing. In the last verses of the prophetic book of Daniel, there is a mention of a period of 1,290 days following the setting up of a spiritual abomination on the Temple Mount. The Al-Aqsa Mosque on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, as is the Dome of the Rock. In fact, this is a typo. I really, in fact, mean to refer to the Dome of the Rock. The Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock are the 2 mosques on top of the Temple Mount, but I'm specifically referring to the Dome of the Rock, the golden dome in the iconic images of the Temple Mount, the mosque with the golden dome. Okay, so the Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount is a spiritual abomination, and it was completed in 688 AD. 688 AD plus 1,290 years was 1978, the year of the Camp David Accords that were brokered by President Jimmy Carter. The giving back of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with the Camp David Accords was an extreme transgression against God. In the prior verse in Daniel, there is a mention of 1,260 days. 688 AD plus 1,260 years was 1948, the year that Israel was reborn after 19 centuries. In other words, the 1,260-day years connection to 1948 is a second witness that confirms the relevance of adding 1,290 years to 688 AD to get 1978, the big year prophetically for Jimmy Carter. And that is why this number 1,290 is relevant with Jimmy Carter and in context of a spiritual abomination, which is why after the first Israeli and the leader of Israel took the spiritual abomination, which is the thing, was July 1st. And this was one, again, of the ways that God was, extremely profound ways in which God pointed to July 1st in regards to Jimmy Carter. Here is the text that I was referring to in Daniel chapter 12, the last chapter of the very prophetic book of Daniel, in the last verses. Here's this 1,290 days I was mentioning. And again, from the prophecy in Ezekiel, where God told Ezekiel to do something for a number of days that it would symbolize a number of years, we know that this can be interpreted as a period of years. And anyway, we are also here in this passage, there is a mention of this abomination, all right? So there's a spiritual abomination happening in this passage in context of the 1,260 days. What I am referring to, of course, is not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy. This is just a symbolic secondary fulfillment that God is using in his big picture of signs. It's very important. We are talking about the mark of the Antichrist, and then 1,290 days later, we get July 1st, but that's a parallel with the abomination, because this is talking about the Temple Mount. It's talking about the regular burnt offering, which is what the ancient Jews used to do on the Temple Mount. It's talking about the temple, the Jewish temple, and it's talking about an abomination. And today, the Dome of the Rock sits directly on top of where the former Jewish temple stood. The Jews would love, or the Orthodox religious Jews would love to rebuild the temple, and they can't because the Dome of the Rock is there, because it is an abomination. And that was completed in 688 AD, and when we add the 1,290 years, we get 1978, which was the year of the abomination orchestrated by Jimmy Carter, with the pressure to have Israel return land for peace, the biggest transgression against God. Here is the 1,260 days I mentioned. It's mentioned 7 times in Bible prophecy. Sometimes it's mentioned as 1,260 days, and sometimes it's mentioned as time, times, and a half time. That's because the time is 1 year, and times is 2 years, and a half time is a half year. So that's a total of 3.5 years. And in biblical prophetic years, year is 12 months of 30 days each, and so 3.5 years is 1,260 days. And if we add this to the Dome of the Rock, just like we added the 1,290 days, we get 1948, the year that Israel was reborn. And you can't get 1948 in the Bible unless it is the inspired word of God. What I meant a minute ago about what Jimmy Carter did with the Camp David Accords, which is when Israel gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt. What I meant by it being the biggest transgression is that this is the biggest transgression that the world collectively will do in the end. The division of Israel and the making of Jerusalem an international city, led by a world body led by the Antichrist, Pope Francis and Barack Obama. There are 2 Antichrists. Now, upon further consideration, I need to be more precise about what I said earlier about this 1,290 days that I'm describing not being the primary fulfillment. What really needs to be said is that, contrary to what most people that are interested in Bible prophecy still believe, is that these numbers of days are actually literal, and they are to have a literal fulfillment. They are only symbolic, and they are used in multiple ways. And this is, again, one way. And I would actually say that this is the primary way, because of what is now known, which is that the 1,290 days before the Day of Atonement, the day of the Lord's return, was in 2021. And there was no symbolic beginning. There was a symbolic 1,260 days beginning on May 2nd, 2021, which is explained in other videos. But this is actually a primary fulfillment. And one thing to add to this is because the next verse speaks of this 1,335 days, and what it is referring to is the date, the event of the resurrection rapture. And that will be 1,335 days after the same starting point that we add the 1,290 days to, which again was December 19th, 2020, the date that the first Israeli and the Israeli leader took the spiritual abomination, the mark of the Antichrist. 1,335 days after that date is August 15th, and that will be the date of the resurrection rapture, the first of 2 raptures, the first fruits rapture. The second rapture will be on September 5th. And the prediction being made in this video will prove this, and this is the purpose of this prediction that is from God. Make no mistake, I know far better than you the reason for this prediction. It is to prove that the resurrection rapture event will be on August 15th, 1,335 days after December 19th, 2020. And anyway, this is how important July 1st is. God pointed to this, you'll see, as I will explain. And it is, July 1st was 1,290 days after the spiritual abomination in Israel. And also, this is how creative God is. If we think about it, this is one major reason why God established July 1st as a step in the trails of signs that are leading to the death of Jimmy Carter. Like I said, it was clear God was pointing to July 1st, and you'll see, I'll explain what happened on July 1st, and you will agree. But one reason being for doing that is in order to establish this, what I just mentioned, the extra 45 days. God needed to establish July 1st in order to add the 45 days, which will also be explained, by the way, in these videos. And that could only have come through establishing July 1st and this 1,290 days connection related to Jimmy Carter. In other words, God wanted to establish and prove that the resurrection rapture event will be on August 15th, 1,335 days after the abomination was taken in Israel, the first one. And that needed to be done with this context of the abomination and the 1,290 days getting us to July 1st. So there you have it. That's one reason for what I'm about to be explaining, which is what happened on July 1st. All right, before we continue with this explanation, this truly amazing and very essential, important, necessary explanation for what happened on July 1st, there's more to be said. That is that it is now known that August 15th, the end of the 1,335 days from the date that the thing was first taken in Israel, the spiritual abomination, the mark of the Antichrist, will not be the day of the rapture. That has been known for a while now, and it will instead be the date that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. This is amazing. It will be the 45th anniversary of the release of the movie Apocalypse Now that cost $45 million to make. And what I'm going to do is read a brief paragraph here before continuing with this explanation for what happened on July 1st. I'm just going to explain a few more things here that are truly profound. But again, August 15th will be 45 days after July 1st. And it could be said that all of this trail of signs that is leading from July 1st that have gone through here, it could have all been overpassed with the connection of 1,335 days from the date in 2020 in which the spiritual abomination was first taken in Israel. We didn't necessarily need to go through the 1,260 days, and then we could have just gone even then from there to July 1st, and then 45 days to the 45th anniversary of the Apocalypse Now movie, etc., because of the 45 difference of days between the 1,290 days and the 1,335 days. But there's so much to this, and obviously that wasn't God's plan because of all of the amazing, very extremely important information that came through God telling these stories that were able to be told through these steps in the trail of signs. In other words, there's so much information, as you may know by now, regarding Jimmy Carter that came through this last 45 days. And that wouldn't have been possible had it not been for these intermediary steps, although, as I'm now explaining, weren't even necessary, including even July 1st for that matter, because we could have simply added 1,335 days from December 19th, 2020 to get August 15th, and that would be the end of the story. But that would be tantamount equivalent to God tapping someone on the shoulder and saying, tell the world that such and such is going to happen on such and such date. But what good would that be? That would be essentially worthless. It is through his big picture of signs that develops these trails of signs and steps along the way that God is able to tell these stories and thereby communicate extremely important knowledge that everyone needs to know. Which is why the wise person will recognize when the prediction comes to pass that they need to watch every minute of every Jimmy Carter video and every video on this channel furthermore. All right, this is briefly what I wanted to read before we continue with the explanation for what happened on July 1st. Carter is symbolism for Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. The name Jimmy Carter is equal to 135 in simple English gematria. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. 100, and by the way, simple English gematria is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3. 135 is 45 plus 45 plus 45. And God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. That's very important, in other words, regarding Jimmy Carter. What does number 45 mean? Well, what I'm saying a minute ago, his death will be at the end of the 1,335, which is symbolized by 45 because of the number of days in between the 1,290 days and the 1,335 days. But there's more to the symbolism for the number 45. It is a very special number. And the death of Jimmy Carter will be a very special prophetic sign. The reciprocal of 45 is 0.022. This is a big thing personally for how this came to be realized that this is the case, and that this is very important. Let me just put it that way. Okay, it took a lot for this to happen, for this realization that this is what 45 hints at. I would say the biggest reason for the importance of the number 45 is that the reciprocal of 45 is 0.022. What that means is 1 divided by 45. It means it's the opposite. It means it's like hidden, if you will. In other words, this number is hidden within the number 45 because when we turn it upside down, we get this number, 0.022, which hints at 220. G220 in Strong's Greek Concordance is the word for rooster, and rooster symbolizes Peter. Throughout church history, anyway, Jesus gave Peter his name, which means rock. And in the Bible, rock is symbolism for Jesus. In other words, this 220 number is symbolism for Jesus. Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem as the King of the Jews was on the Hebrew calendar date 110, the 10th day of the month of Nisan, the first month. So the date 110 was the date of Jesus' triumphal entry. 220 hints at 2 times the date 110, because the date 110 hints at 110. And 2 times 110 is 220. And so therefore, the number 220, which hints at 2 times the triumphal entry, hints at the second coming and the second triumphal entry of Jesus into Jerusalem, at his second coming. This is why Jimmy Carter's name gives us 45 plus 45 plus 45, and why he is symbolic of Methuselah, whose name means when he dies, destruction. Because the wrath of God and destruction precedes the second coming. This is why Carter is predicted to die on the 45th anniversary of the release of the movie Apocalypse Now, a movie that cost $45 million to make, $9 million of which was spent on promotion, and 45 is the 9th triangular number. In a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 9th row is 45. Carter's death will coincide with the timing of the prophetic 9th of Av date in the Hebrew calendar that is associated with destruction. Carter's death, and by the way, destruction on Temple Mount, and the abomination, like I just explained a minute ago, the abomination that's set up, the primary reference of that is regarding the Temple Mount. But in the New Testament, God's temple is the body of a follower of Christ. which is why the mark of the Antichrist that was put inside people's temples was a spiritual abomination. Carter's death will also be on the 79th anniversary of Victory Day at the end of World War II in 1945. The number 79 is the 22nd prime number, 22. World War II ended in 45, which hints at 0.022, and hints at the second coming, as in the second coming. 2, as in World War II, as in 79 years, 22nd prime number. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs 9, 23, and 44 as the 44th president and basketball president who wore jersey number 23 became the president in 2009. Carter's predicted death on August 15th will be 2 times 3 days after the related prophetic signs on the 9th of August, which hints at the 9th of Av, involving Yellowstone volcano in the 44th state. The 9th of Av was the 79th. The 9th of August was the 79th, as in 22nd prime number, anniversary of the second of 2 bombs dropped in Nagasaki in 45, the 9th triangular number. I'll repeat that. So there were 2 bombs, and the second of the 2 bombs was dropped exactly the 22nd prime number of years before August 9th, 2024. And again, that's another 45 because Nagasaki was bombed in 45. Nagasaki is the location of the Hidden Christians UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which God will hide, as in rapture, his faithful Christians from the Antichrist and tribulation on the date 9/5, September 5th in 2024, and 9 times 5 equals 45, which hints at the second coming, which is why the rapture, the resurrection rapture event in the second coming will be on the date that hints at the number 45. September 5th, 9/5, because 9 times 5 equals 45. In the final prophecy in the book of Daniel that regards the quote-unquote time of the end. That's typed, written incorrectly. The final prophecy in the book of Daniel regards the time of the end. This prophecy describes a period of 1,290 days from the time that an abomination is set up on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, as well as a period of 1,335 days from this time that an abomination is set up on the Temple Mount. The difference between 1,290 days and 1,335 days is 45 days. Jimmy Carter pressured Israel to give land to Egypt in exchange for so-called peace. This was transgression against God, as clearly outlined in the Bible. In Bible prophecy, 1 day can be symbolic of 1 year. The Camp David Accords were brokered by Carter in 1978, 1,290 years after the year 688, when construction began on the Dome of the Rock, which is an abomination, on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, directly on top of the location where the ancient Jewish temple stood. This period of 1,290 days from the setting up of the mentioned abomination in the book of Daniel hints at G129. Okay, so again, in the prophecy, a period of 1,290 is in context of the setting up of the abomination, which is why from the setting up of the abomination, the Dome of the Rock, we get Jimmy Carter and him pressuring to give land back to Egypt. Okay, but this 1,290 number in this setting up of the abomination prophecy hints at G129 in Strong's Greek Concordance, which is the word for blood. The mark of the Antichrist is a spiritual abomination, and it is the CVD thing that affects people's blood. In the New Testament, it is said that it is said that God's temple is the physical body of a follower of Christ. The first injection administered into a human body in Israel was on December 19th, 2020. On this day, the Prime Minister of Israel publicly took the thing. The word abomination hints at Obama nation. 1,290 days after December 19th, 2020. Oh, and you know what? If you have the eyes to see it, that date hints at 1,290 and 129. Look at it. That's amazing. And you know what? You really do need the eyes to see that, because I know so fully well and so confident am I that it is relevant to add this number to this date. I'm now able to see it. That date, the 12 and followed by the 9, cancel out the 1 because it's repetitive, and cancel out the 2 and the 0 because it's repetitive. Well, zeros cancel out anyway because they're zeros. You've got 129. Anyway, so 1,290 days after December 19th, 2020 was July 1st, 2024, which I'm about to continue explaining. The day that Obama's Supreme Court pick, Justice Sotomayor, in response to the Supreme Court's decision regarding immunity for the 45th president, said that America now has a king. Likewise, on July 1st, Biden delivered a speech in response to the decision and said that America was founded on the premise that it does not have a king, which is rich given that he is a dictator king because of everything that he is and the shoplifted referendum. God is using Jimmy Carter as a prophetic sign that points to the prophecy in Revelation chapter 17, verse 11, that regards a series of successive kings. This prophecy regards 5 kings and a 6th and 7th king that are followed by an 8th king. The number 1,711 hints at Revelation 17:11 that regards the 5th through 8th kings prophecy. 1,711 is the 58th triangular number, and 58 hints at this prophecy in Revelation 17:11 regarding the 5th through 8th kings. The reciprocal of the number 89 is 0.01123, and 1,123 is the 188th prime number. And God uses this in his connections to point to H188, the word in the Hebrew concordance that means woe! This word is used in the Bible in the context of extreme judgment from God. July 1st in 2024 was also the day that Robert Town died at the age of 89, 1,711 days after Robert Evans died at the age of 89, which hints at woe! As I just explained. The two men worked together on the famous movie Chinatown, which in turn hinted at the Manchurian Candidate, who is Barack Obama, Obama nation. July 1st is 1,290 days after the first abomination that affects a person's blood was put into a human temple in Israel. July 1st, 2024, and the court's decision regarding the 45th president is 45 days before it is predicted that former President Jimmy Carter will die, the president who pressured Israel to give land to Egypt. The president who pressured Israel to give land to Egypt 1,290 years after the abomination was set up on the Temple Mount. which makes the day that it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die 1,335 days after the abomination thing was first administered into a human temple in Israel. Daniel 12, verses 11 through 12, quote, "And from the time that the regular burnt offering is taken away and the abomination makes desolate is set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he who waits and arrives at the 1,335 days." Now, again, the 1,335 days completion on August 15th is no longer believed to be the date of the resurrection rapture, which is what, of course, is being referred to by blessed is he who waits and arrives at that date. But it will be at the end of the 45 days and also 1,335 days, which I have now explained symbolizes or is symbolism for 45 days and the other way around and vice versa. And that is because the resurrection rapture event will be on the date that hints at the number 45, September 5th. 9 times 5 equals 45. And in the Bible, 3 sets of 7 is symbolic of destruction. The Israelites enacted a symbolic 3 sets of 7 when they marched around the walls of security of the ancient city of Jericho before the walls of security collapsed in God's judgment, which is why it was 7 times 7 times 7 firefighters that died when the World Trade Center towers collapsed. And by the way, it was 2 110-story towers, which hinted at the second coming, as I explained, the number 220, 2 times 110 stories, which again is hinted at with the number 45. Also, the second plane had 7 plus 7 times 7 passengers, and in fact, the symbolic enacting of the 3 sets of 7 in the book of Joshua by the Israelites before the walls of security collapsed on Jericho was in fact more accurately a 7 plus a 7 times 7. From the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, and again, when he is symbolism for Methuselah, which means when he dies, destruction, it is 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to the resurrection rapture event, which is why we have the 1,335 days connection to the date it is predicted that he will die, which again hints at the resurrection rapture event because that's what the 1,335 days refers to in Bible prophecy. And then it is 7 plus 7 plus 7 days to the resurrection rapture on the date that symbolizes 1,335 because the number 45 symbolizes 1,335. All right, now I'm going to continue with the explanation for what happened on July 1st that was written shortly after July 1st. Because of this connection, it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist if Jimmy Carter were to not die on this date. So if Jimmy Carter if it isn't the end of the trail of signs leading to the death of Jimmy Carter, it means that it would be a step, and therefore we would expect a sign involving a spiritual abomination and the Antichrist on this July 1st date. God is demonstrating that Jimmy Carter is symbolic of the first of 7 kings in Bible prophecy. In Revelation chapter 17:11 in the Bible, there is a mention of a series of 7 kings followed by an 8th king. A secondary fulfillment, I should say a secondary symbolic fulfillment of this prophecy, not the primary fulfillment of this prophecy, is Jimmy Carter, who was inaugurated in 77, as in 1977, began a succession of 7 presidents that leads to the identification of the Antichrist, who is the 6th and 8th presidents, and therefore the symbolic 6th and 8th kings in the prophecy. The name Barack Obama is equal to 68 in simple English gematria, which is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, etc. And therefore, his name in a succession of presidents that begins with Carter, Barack Obama is the 6th president and is predicted to become the 8th president, which is why his name equals 68 in simple English gematria. Trump is the 7th president after Carter was inaugurated in 77, which is why Trump was elected by 77 electoral votes, and on Trump's inauguration day, in the year that ended in the number 7, he was exactly 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days old. 77 days after his inauguration, Trump launched 59 missiles into Syria. 59 is the 7th superprime number. The 17th prime number is 59, and 17 is the 7th prime number, making 59 the 7th superprime number. Ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC, which is why, incidentally, the reason for the 7 kings in this Bible prophecy is it is because the primary fulfillment of it identifies Rome. Okay, so in ancient Rome, it is widely known in ancient history, or rather, it is widely known that ancient history tells us that ancient Rome was founded after a period of 7 kings that ended in 509 BC. 509 hints at 59, the 7th superprime number. At Carter's funeral, the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, which will point to this prophecy in Revelation about a chronological order of 7 kings, followed by an 8th king. Trump, the 7th king, and Obama, the 8th king, are predicted to sit next to each other at Carter's funeral. In the prophecy, it is said that the 8th king was, is not, and will be again. Obama was the president, is not the president, and it is predicted he will become the president again on August 25th, 2024. The predicted funeral on July 11th will be exactly 509 days after Carter first went into a hospice, and this hints at the succession of kings in Rome that ended in 509 BC. George W. Bush will also be sitting in the row of presidents at Carter's funeral, and Bush will turn 78 years old. In other words, his 78th birthday will be the date it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die, on July 6th. His age of 78 will hint at the 7th and 8th kings in the prophecy. George W. Bush is the 5th king in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and it's only symbolic, and it's a secondary to the primary one, as I said, but George Bush was the 5th king after Carter in this fulfillment of the prophecy, and the prophecy speaks of the first 5 kings being similar and having left the scene before the 6th through 8th kings. As mentioned, on July 1st, it was expected that either Jimmy Carter would die or there would be prophetic signs that provided king and spiritual abomination symbolism. On July 1st, the Supreme Court ruled that the president is entitled to immunity from prosecution for official acts of his duties as president. President Biden is not the symbolic 8th king in this prophecy because he is a puppet of Obama's people in the permanent government ruling class of Democrats in Washington, otherwise known as the deep state. In response to the Supreme Court's decision, acting President Biden delivered a speech about how America was founded on the notion that it would not have kings, which is ironic and prophetic because, like everything the left claims these days, the opposite is true, and Biden, the puppet of Obama and his people, is America's first king dictator. Also, in the Supreme Court's dissenting opinion, Justice Sotomayor, Obama's first appointee, said that America now has a king. She used the word king for America's leader, on the date it was expected there would be a symbolic Antichrist king sign. Prior to July 1st, we also expected a sign with spiritual abomination symbolism. On this date, famous Hollywood screenwriter Robert Towne died at the age of 89. So, Robert Towne died on July 1st, this date that we were expecting a spiritual abomination. And he died at the age of 89. Robert Towne died at 89, exactly 1,711 days after the death of famous Hollywood movie producer Robert Evans died at the age of 89. So they both died at the age of 89. 89 is the 24th prime number. These two men worked together in Hollywood, and their two deaths at the age of 89, which hints at the 24th prime number, hints at Jimmy Carter, who was born in 24, as in 1924, and will die in 24, as in 2024. Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ, and G2424 in Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is the word Jesus. Robert Towne's death on 7/1, July 1st, 7/1, 1,711 days after the death of Robert Evans, hints at the prophecy in Revelation 17:11 about the 7 kings followed by an 8th king. All right, so the 1,711 days hints at Revelation 17:11. Which is why Robert Towne died on the day the Supreme Court Justice said that America now has a king. This hints at the coming Antichrist king, who will be defeated by the King of Kings at his second coming in 2024. If the starting date is not included in the calculation, this period of 1,711 days in between the deaths of Robert Evans and Robert Towne is also 1,710 days, and 171 is the 18th triangular number, and 18 is equal to 6 plus 6 plus 6, and 666 is the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. In Bible prophecy, the period of the Antichrist's rule is symbolized by 7 years. Robert Evans is credited with making Paramount Studios a major success after ruling as its chief for 7 years, as in the Antichrist's period of 7 years. Robert Towne won the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for his movie Chinatown, which Robert Evans produced. The movie starred Jack Nicholson, and during its production, Nicholson learned from a reporter that his deceased sister and mother were in reality his mother and grandmother, which was an eerie coincidence, given that in the movie, which Nicholson was filming at the time of him learning this, Nicholson's character learns the shocking secret that Faye Dunaway's character is both the sister and the mother of another character as a result of incest with her father at the age of 15. The movie was directed by Roman Polanski, who is known for the sexual relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl. Polanski's pregnant wife, Sharon Tate, was murdered by Manson family members. Polanski directed the movie Rosemary's Baby, which Robert Evans also worked on. The horror movie Rosemary's Baby is about a pregnant woman who gives birth to the baby Antichrist. In the movie, the baby has the eyes of his father, Satan, and the baby is an abomination. Robert Evans died exactly 2,620 weeks after the release of Rosemary's Baby, and 262 is the 84th semi-prime number. The name Obama is equal to 84 in Hebrew gematria, and Obama was born, the Antichrist was born, as in Rosemary's Baby's Antichrist birth, on the date 8/4. Therefore, the movie Rosemary's Baby connects to the death of Robert Evans, and his death connects to the death of Robert Towne on the date that it was expected that there would be a prophetic sign involving a spiritual abomination. Robert Evans's last movie that he produced was How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, which is why it is predicted that Jimmy Carter's prophetic funeral, in which the presidents will be lined up in chronological order, will be 10 days after the death of Robert Towne, which was the same day that the Supreme Court Obama appointee said that America now has a king, as in the Antichrist king, Barack Obama. What is also amazing is that on July 1st, the date that we were expecting a sign involving Jimmy Carter and his death, was the day that the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library announced that for Jimmy Carter's 100th birthday celebration, the library is planning to have a film festival, a movie festival, and the festival will be running from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m., which hints at the movies that I just mentioned, including the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. In other words, the 100th birthday celebration with a film festival hints at the movie How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. 100 hints at the number 10. What is also interesting too is that Jimmy Carter set up the Georgia State Film Office after the success of the movie Deliverance during the time that Jimmy Carter was the governor. Georgia went on to become a place where movies are made, and this started when Jimmy Carter was the governor of Georgia. Deliverance hints at the deliverance from the Antichrist of God's faithful through JC, which is why Jimmy Carter's initials, JC, hint at Jesus Christ. Robert Towne got his start in movies through working under Roger Corman. Roger Corman is said to be the Pope of pop cinema, the spiritual godfather of the new Hollywood, and the king of cult. Corman is also known for his Poe cycle of 8 movies. These 8 movies were inspired by 8 different writings of Edgar Poe. Roger Corman hints at how Pope Francis is the 7th king, and how a revived Roman Empire is the 8th king in the primary fulfillment of this prophecy in Revelation regarding the 5th through 8th kings. This is why Roger Corman died 58 days before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6th, 2024. In the secondary fulfillment of this prophecy, Obama is the 8th king, and 8 movies in the King of Cults Poe cycle also hints at 4+4 and the 44th president. Robert Towne also wrote the screenplay for the Tom Cruise movie Days of Thunder. The name Barak in Hebrew means lightning. In Luke 10:18 in the Bible, Jesus said that he saw Satan falling like lightning from heaven. The name Barack Obama in Hebrew means lightning from heaven. Barak means lightning, Bama means high place, which in the Bible is a metaphor for heaven, as it is said that Lucifer fell from the high place. And O, in the language Jesus would have spoken, Aramaic, is the word from. And so Barack Obama means lightning from heaven. Either Jesus didn't know what he was saying when he said this, or he knew that there would be a famous president named Barack Obama and said this anyway, knowing that it would confuse us, or he was revealing the identity of the Antichrist. Obviously, the latter option is the only one that makes any sense. Days of Thunder was released on June 27th, 1990, exactly 34 years and 1 month before what is predicted to be Seven Thunders Day on July 27th, 2024. July 27th, 2024 will be a symbolic beginning of the seven thunders of judgment that are mentioned in the book of Revelation. In other words, 7/27 or July 27th, 2024 will be the beginning of the Days of Thunder. The seven thunders will be supernatural phenomena such as demons pretending to be aliens and the demonic possession of the masses. 34 years and 1 month hints at 341, the 110th semi-prime number, and 110 is symbolic of the walls of security of Jericho that collapsed in God's judgment. Joshua, who led the Israelites before the walls collapsed, died at the age of 110, and this is why the Twin Towers that collapsed on 9/11 were 110 stories high. 34 years and 1 month is also 409 months, and 409 is the 40 plus 40th prime number, which hints at the 44th president, whose name means lightning. And again, this 409 months is a connection from the release of the movie Days of Thunder. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 23 and 44 together, as the 44th president is also the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Robert Towne's Days of Thunder cost 2 times 30 million, which hints at 23, to make, and it was released 44 days before the release of Robert Towne's sequel to his Chinatown movie, The Two Jakes. More than a decade after the release of the movie Chinatown, Robert Towne and Robert Evans collaborated again on a sequel named The Two Jakes. It is said that The Two Jakes faced a troubled production and went through several years of development hell. The name The Two Jakes hints at the two Antichrists. The two Roberts that made The Two Jakes further confirms this. A sequel movie is symbolic of the second presidency, a sequel for Barack Obama, the second of the two Antichrists in Bible prophecy. The Two Jakes was directed by Jack Nicholson. This hints at the Antichrist directing the persecution of the saints in order for God to purge them of their Nicolaitan doctrine that the vast majority of quote-unquote Christians hold and practice, and that Jesus said would come to make war on with the sword of his mouth, on those that teach and have the works that are a product of this Nicolaitan doctrine. Make sure that you watch the 23 church signs video on this channel and read the links that will be in the description box below this video. The reason for the coincidence in the names of Robert Towne winning the Academy Award for Best Screenplay for the movie Chinatown is that Robert Towne and Chinatown point to China. China is symbolic of the red dragon in Bible prophecy that is a metaphor for Satan and his representative, the Antichrist. There is another prophecy in Revelation in which the second of the two Antichrists, Barack Obama, is said to speak like a dragon. This is because Barack Obama and his allies on the political left constantly speak lies while accusing their opponents of lying and doing the very things that they are doing, which is textbook communist strategy that Barack Obama learned from his days studying radical, subversive, leftist political strategy. The truth is, Barack Obama was a member of the May 19th Communist Organization, which bombed the Capitol building in Washington in 1983. The organization was disbanded in 1985, the year that Obama moved to Chicago to further pursue radical leftist politics. The purpose of this prediction in this video, that is from God, is to prove what I have just said. The reason why the name China is pointed to through Robert Town and Chinatown is because it hints at the movie The Manchurian Candidate. In the 1962 movie The Manchurian Candidate, the protagonist's name is Marco, and the movie was directed by John Frankenheimer, who was said to be the last of the dictatorial style of directors. The name Frankenheimer hints at Frankenstein, and he also directed Island of Dr. Moreau, about genetic experiments that create half-human, half-animal creatures. The production of the movie Island of Dr. Moreau is said to have been the most cursed movie ever made, and interesting documentaries have been made about this. The name Marco and Frankenheimer from The Manchurian Candidate hints at the mark of the Antichrist that changes a person's chromosomes, making them an Obama nation, as in abomination. The mark of the Antichrist has inserted snake venom chromosomes into people's chromosomes, which is what is alluded to with the half-human, half-animals in Island of Dr. Moreau. This makes these people an abomination, as in Obama nation. The number 22 is symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, and Frankenheimer's The Manchurian Candidate cost $2.2 million to make. John Frankenheimer died exactly 22 years before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die on July 6, 2024. At Carter's funeral, Joe Biden will sit in the row of presidents, followed by Trump and Obama. Biden and his brain dementia is symbolic of the character in The Manchurian Candidate that is brainwashed by communist operatives within the US government and who isn't fully aware of what he is doing. Obama is symbolic of the communist Manchurian Candidate in the movie The Manchurian Candidate, who is waiting for the death of someone in order to gain the president's office and usher in an authoritarian regime in the US. This awaited death will be the predicted death of Kamala Harris in a plane crash on July 22nd, 2024, which will be 4 times 4 days, which hints at the 44th president, after the predicted death of Jimmy Carter. The movie The Manchurian Candidate was released 446 days after the birth of Barack Obama. 446 hints at the 44th president and the 46th president. And the characters in the movie The Manchurian Candidate point to these presidential candidates. Hello, welcome. In this video, it will be documented this prediction that President Jimmy Carter will die on July 1st, 2024. As we can see, the date that this prediction is being made, this was known since at least June 16th. It was known actually a couple of weeks before this, but I didn't have enough time to get around to documenting it into an email until June 16th, okay? As we can see, June 16th, all right? If you are skeptical still, for some reason, and you think I was able to, I don't know what, do some sort of trick with the video, then please email me and I'll forward you the email that is documenting the prediction. Now, an important part of the news story of his death will be how Carter will have died in Plains, Georgia, where he spent his entire life except for his time in the governor's mansion and the White House. Okay, this is the big thing about Jimmy Carter. It will be part of the news story. You will see this. A part of the story of Carter is his life, and the big thing about Carter's life that is well known and will be talked about is how he lived his entire life in this small village in rural Georgia. Part of that story is how this obscure politician from rural Georgia became the president overnight. It's part of this parallel with how, with these many parallels between Carter and Obama, who also came out of obscurity overnight. The rise of the Antichrist, Barack Obama. And without people even knowing who he really was, and the media not doing its job in informing what conservatives were discovering about who this man was at the time that people were deciding who to elect in 2008. That's because the leftist media is Antichrist. And in the tank fully, the mainstream media with the Democrat Party. And it isn't journalism any longer. It is political activism disguised as journalism. But anyway, I won't get off the subject. I try to just maybe go off a little bit now and then, but that's the one major reason why Jimmy Carter is a prophetic sign. It's pointing to these parallels with the Antichrist, and in doing so, identifying the Antichrist. And that's what I'm getting at here with the fact that his story is about him being from Plains, Georgia, right? Not only is he just from rural Georgia, but specifically everyone knows, and it will be talked about, Plains, Georgia, okay? And that's because in the Bible, King David subdued the Philistines, which is where we get, by the way, the word Palestine, that lived on the plains of Georgia. Gaza. And Georgia, by the way, hints at Gaza. Okay, so let me read that again. King David subdued the Philistines that lived on the plains of Gaza. That's in the Bible, all right? It's the plains of Gaza. In 1978, President Carter brokered the Camp David Accords. This is one of the biggest things of his presidency, which is another parallel with Barack Obama, the Antichrist, who, in leading the world, will divide Israel into the two-state solution, as they say, and make Jerusalem an international city. And this is the biggest transgression that the world will make that will bring about the second coming. But this will be led by the Antichrists, Pope Francis and Barack Obama, this effort in Israel, in the Middle East, okay? Because the last word on the Middle East is God's word, the Bible. It is God's land, and it will not be divided. But the world being corrupt as it is, and man being corrupt, led by Satan, seeks to do the opposite, right? God is in the process of restoring Israel in order so that Jesus can return and rule from Jerusalem for the 1,000 years of peace on earth. The Antichrist force, Satan, is opposed to this and doing everything possible to prevent this. That's the reason for the irrational hatred for Jews, for example, and the left effort to divide Israel, and the left's anti-Semitism. The left is anti-Semitic. It's just disguised. It doesn't look like Nazism, so it doesn't appear to be anti-Semitism, but it is. That's another long story. We won't get too much more, okay? So off track. So the thing, though, is that President Carter is known for this. He brokered this deal between Egypt and Israel and made Israel give back land, the plains of Gaza, to Egypt. In 1973, Egypt sought to destroy Israel. With the Camp David Accords, Carter essentially made the Jews return land in the plains of Gaza back to Egypt. After the land was won in a war, when the Jews, out of self-preservation, subdued the Egyptians on the plains of Gaza, just like David did. So hence the name Camp David. That's why the name Camp David Accords. It's pointing to the plains of Gaza, and that's why Jimmy Carter, who brokered the Camp David Accords, is known for being from Plains, Georgia. Even Georgia hints at Gaza. This is why Jimmy Carter's story is about his rise from the obscure village of Plains, Georgia to the White House and then back again. The name Plains in Hebrew, gematria, is equal to 222, which hints at the 2 plus 2 days between James Earl Carter's predicted death in Plains, Georgia, and the predicted death of James Earl Jones. As well, Jimmy Carter has 22 grandchildren. Okay. The word for Jesus in Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is G2424. Carter was born in 1924, and will die in 2024. This gives us a 2424. Jimmy Carter's initials are JC. Okay, so Jesus Christ. The name Jesus in the Strong's Greek Bible Concordance is the 2424th word, G2424. And Carter was born in 24 and will die in 24, and his initials are JC. The slogan for Jimmy Carter's election campaign in 1976 was, quote, JC can save America, exclamation mark, end quote. Which hints at how only JC, Jesus Christ, can save America. In other words, well, I'm jumping ahead. Carter was elected in 76, and he was the 76th governor of Georgia. The 76th semi-prime number, which is a number only divisible by two other prime numbers, which God uses, is 226. This is because H226 in Strong's Hebrew Concordance is the word that means prophetic sign. And so in other words, 76 in proper context, like this context, is symbolic of prophetic sign. It means prophetic sign. In other words, Jimmy Carter is a prophetic sign. That's why JC can save America in the 76 election campaign by the 76th governor is a sign that is communicating that only Jesus Christ can save America. And in doing so, in communicating this, it is in fact a judgment warning for America to turn back to God and rely on Jesus and follow Jesus, or else judgment, destruction, which is why America is about to be destroyed through the Antichrist. It's already well underway, obviously. Anyone knowing anything knows that the left is already well ahead in their plan to destroy America. Well, they don't consciously know it. They're sleepwalking because they're puppets of Satan. They don't know it. They don't understand spiritual things like this. But America is already being destroyed right before our eyes. We're just talking about the final stage of the destruction, which will be through the Antichrist very soon in the next, well, I'll tell you this. I forgot to mention this in the opening paragraph. It is now known that Joe Biden will step down on August 2nd. And then Michelle Obama will become the president. She will appoint Barack Obama, and then she will step down. And this is how Barack Obama will become the president again, through being appointed instead of elected, thus overcoming the 22nd Amendment. And again, JC, Jimmy Carter, has 22 grandchildren, and he will die 2 + 2 days before James Earl Jones, who is King Symbolism, the voice of Darth Vader, Antichrist, King Symbolism. All right, so So let's continue. Therefore, Jimmy Carter is a prophetic sign. Jimmy Carter, JC, was the 39th president. This points to the time during which JC, Jesus Christ, was on the cross from the 3rd hour, 9 a.m., to the 9th hour, 3 p.m. That's why Jimmy Carter, JC, was the 39th president. Carter was born in 24 and will die in 24. The Greek word for Jesus in Strong's Bible Concordance is G2424. Jesus is the King of Kings, and James Earl Jones, the voice of the Lion King, is king symbolism. James Earl Carter is predicted to die 24 times 240 minutes, okay, which is also, by the way, 24 plus 24 plus 24 plus 24 hours. In other words, it's a big hint at 2424 and G2424, Jesus, okay? So James Earl Carter is predicted to die 24 times 240 minutes, which is 4 days, before it is predicted that James Earl Jones will die. 24 times 240 minutes is also 76 hours, and Carter, the 76th governor, was elected president in 76. On June 7th, which hints at 7-6, because 6-7 outside of the US is written as 7-6, okay? And that therefore hints at 76, which, as I just established, is symbolic of prophetic sign, all right? On 6-7, June 7th, in 2024, an interview of Jimmy Carter's oldest of 22 grandchildren was published online for Southern Living magazine. Through this article, Carter's grandson updated the public on Carter's condition. The article was published 24 times 24 hours, which is 24 days, before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. That's another 24-24. That's amazing, because again, JC, Jesus Christ, his name equals 24-24 in the concordance. And so it was big news on June 7th, because the public didn't have an update for quite a while. And then we had this article published in Southern Living magazine, which was then reported by all the other mainstream outlets with the update on Carter's condition from the oldest of the 22 grandchildren, which, by the way, is in itself prophetic because it therefore symbolizes the number 22 because he's the oldest one. There's more reason for the number 22. It's symbolic of the mark of the Antichrist, but anyway, I already established that it's important because James Earl Jones will die 2 + 2 days after Jimmy Carter. It is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die 24 times 240 hours. So the other connection I just mentioned was 24 times 240 minutes. This is 24 times 240 hours, which is another 24-24, obviously. He is predicted to die 24 times 240 hours after young Gaza war student protesters stormed and vandalized the Iron Gate security perimeter wall of the White House complex. Okay, they were protesting Gaza. What's Jimmy Carter known for? Giving land back in Gaza. Okay, now that was on, this was on 11/4 in 2023. The date, by the way, 11/4 hints at 11 times 4 equals 44. And this date, 11/4/2023, when the student protesters stormed the Iron Gate of the White House complex, was exactly 44 years after the first day of the Iranian hostage crisis, which is also known as the 444-day hostage crisis because it lasted 444 days. So the first day of the 444-day hostage crisis on the date 11/4, which hints at 11 times 4 equals 44, is exactly 44 years to the other 11 times 4 date, And what happened when the hostage crisis began the first day? This was when student protesters stormed the Iron Gate security perimeter of the US Embassy complex in Tehran, Iran. So that's amazing. 44 years exact connection between these two student protesters in the Middle East, because the Gaza protest was about the Middle East, but it was the White House and the US Embassy. Same thing, same symbolism. Again, this is all because of the parallel with the Antichrist Barack Obama, who will betray, just like Carter, Israel. Carter's presidency, and by that I know that Israel cooperated with the Accords, but no doubt they were pressured to do that. But furthermore, they don't know, the leadership isn't necessarily in line with God's word, and God has declared that they will be restored, and nothing is going to stop that. And the people of Israel, the Jews, need to rely on Jesus. And that's the whole point, by the way, because when we read Zechariah chapter 12, the Lord returns in their absolute moment of crisis, where they, out of desperation, cry out for Jesus to save them and finally recognize that he is their Messiah. Only then will Jesus return, as he said, I think in Matthew 22. Okay? And that's the plan. Because as Paul describes in Romans chapter 11, it is a beautiful thing. Who can search out the wisdom of God, as Paul put it? Because had the Jews not rejected Jesus, their king, their Messiah, it wouldn't have forced the gospel to go around the world and give the whole world the opportunity to learn about the true God and the opportunity to repent and learn about the true God and his word. But now that the whole world has heard or had the opportunity, including the remote tribes in the Amazon, as Jesus said, the age would end when the gospel had gone around the world. But he said two things: the gospel go around the world, and the Jews call upon him by his name. But now that the gospel has gone around the world, the age can't finish until the Jews call upon him by his name, which is why throughout the 20th century, the process of the restoration of Israel has been ongoing. It's this process leading to this climax when the Jews will call out for Jesus to save them, as described in Zechariah chapter 12. And then will be the second coming and the 1,000 years of peace on earth, and Jesus' rule from the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. So we were talking about this connection of the 444 years to the 444-day hostage crisis, which is the other thing, of course, that Carter's presidency is known for. Okay, now, Carter's presidency is remembered for the 444-day hostage crisis. The day that the 444-day hostage crisis began was exactly 4 times 4 weeks after Carter's famous or infamous crisis of confidence speech, his malaise speech, as it is called, which is prophetic too, because it is a judgment warning. This was a negative speech, and some of the criticism for it is because of that. The president, and so he gave this Oval Office speech called his Crisis of Confidence speech, but it was at this lowest point in recent American history, or at this lowest point in American history. You might argue that some point in the Civil War would be lower, but this is this lowest point in a generation, let's say. During the late 1970s, during the oil embargo and the Cold War, and so there was this crisis of confidence. But anyway, it's a judgment. This speech symbolizes this period of time in American history. Okay, as does, by the way, the greatest moment in American sports history, when in February of 1980, the American hockey team won the gold medal at the Olympics and beat the Soviets. The miracle on ice, as it's called. But that was in contrast. It was a stark contrast with the period that the U.S. was going through. So, okay, so that's, so anyway, but Jimmy Carter is the moralizing president. That's another parallel with Barack Obama, who is constantly moralizing, and in doing so, he is constantly lying when he is moralizing to the people. That's the nature of the left too, right? They're moralizing because it's their false religion. Politics is their religion, and their ideology, this secular ideology. No one doesn't have a religion, right? They are extremely moralistic. They are, in fact, religious fanatics, the left. Fundamentalists, in fact. It's completely a religion, right? And Barack Obama is constantly moralizing like a preacher, but it doesn't necessarily seem like it to the secularist because it doesn't sound like Christianity, but it is religious. And he's moralizing all of the time. That's Jimmy Carter. He was known for being the supposed Christian president, but his brand of Christianity isn't Christianity. It was deception, and that's part of the parallel with Barack Obama as well. The great deceiver, who in Bible prophecy is said to speak like a dragon, the second of the two antichrists in Revelation chapter 13. And so I go into more of this in the other Jimmy Carter video, which must be watched. It is amazing. That's the UFO president Jimmy Carter video. So I won't go off onto this any more than I just have. So let's continue. Let's see. Carter's presidency is remembered for the 444-day crisis. All right. Now, it was 4 times 4 weeks after the Malaise speech. Okay. So the Malaise speech connects with 4 times 4 weeks, and then 44 years to the 444-day hostage crisis, and then 44 years. Okay. And then to the 11/4 in 2023, which, as I just said, is 24 times 240 hours before the date that Jimmy Carter will die. And so now, thus, I have just tied these 2 major events, the things that the presidency of Carter is known for, the hostage crisis and the Malaise speech. I connected it to his death quite clearly. Because again, Carter, JC, 2424. Okay. Now the Malaise speech was exactly 36 months, 3 years, after he accepted the nomination with a speech for the Democrat Party. He even mentioned this in the first paragraph of his speech, of the Malaise speech, how it was exactly 3 years before that he gave the speech at the Democrat convention. Now, what he didn't know is that 36 is prophetic, and also the 3 years. But 36 because it symbolizes 666, the number of the Antichrist in Bible prophecy. 36 is 6 times 6, but also 2 times 18, which is 6 plus 6 plus 6. And the 36th triangular number, which in a triangle of numbers, the last number in the 36th row is 666. And 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 all the way up to 36 equals 666. But also 3 years because in the Bible, after King Ahab of Israel repented, God relented on the destruction and spared Israel the kingdom 3 years before he destroyed it. Exactly to the minute after the last building collapsed on 9/11, 3 years earlier to the minute was when Bill Clinton repented on television with the pastor. And in God's signs, this is another story, but Bill Clinton is symbolic of King Ahab. All right, so that was the last thing in this paragraph to mention. So here we go. One thing I should maybe just add to what I was saying about Jimmy Carter being the moralism president, I mean, he's known for it. Like, it's said on, for example, his Wikipedia page that his actions were motivated by his moralism. For example, during the oil embargo, he deliberately turned down the thermostat in the White House and wore sweaters. That's Jimmy Carter for you. That's this, moralism president, right? And regarding his Christianity, this is why he became the president. This is why the Democrat elite, the powers that be, thought that it would be a good idea to nominate Jimmy Carter, this obscure president from rural Georgia, to bring in a Southerner to get votes that they thought they wouldn't otherwise be able to get or reach, and a Christian vote or a percentage of it. And that's why the Secret Service, by the way, gave Jimmy Carter the nickname Deacon, because he was this moralizing, supposedly Christian president. He was known for being the Christian president, but he wasn't. It was deception. And as I explained in the other video, don't get me wrong, I don't believe that he believes that he was deceiving people, unlike Barack Obama, who has known throughout his entire life, throughout his rise, he has been lying the entire time about who he really is. Okay? That's another subject that hopefully people are informed about by now, but if you're not, you need to watch this amazing documentary titled Dreams from My Real Father, because that's a play on the title of his autobiography, which was in fact written by Bill Ayers. Bill Ayers even said it was. It's not a conspiracy theory. So, Dreams from My Real Father. His real father was Barack Obama Sr. Sorry. No, his real father was Frank David Marshall. Frank Marshall Davis, his biological father, who later in Barack Obama's development, in his developing years, mentored Barack Obama, and Barack Obama knows full well. It all came out. Barack Obama knows who his real father is, but he was an African American, and that wasn't going to sell and make him become the president. They concocted this multicultural story of how his father is from Africa. They played on the fact that Barack Obama Sr. Was his real father, and in doing so, at the time of the concoction of this story, that's when Barack Obama decided he needed to go to Kenya. And that's when the book came about. It was this trip to Africa to visit his roots, etc. And the real story, though, which isn't in the documentary Dreams from My Real Father, the brilliant documentarian didn't connect all of the dots. He connected so many of them, though. But the truth is that Barack Obama Sr. Was convinced to play the part of Barack Obama's father because Barack Obama's grandfather, Stanley Dunham, he was in fact a CIA operative that was assigned to Hawaii to watch over the communist movement in Hawaii, which is why Frank Marshall Davis was in Hawaii after being a leader of the communist movement in Chicago. He moved from Chicago to Hawaii to lead the communist movement in Hawaii, and that's how the paths of Barack Obama's mother at the age of 18 crossed the path of Frank Marshall Davis, who seduced her, and that threatened Barack Obama's grandfather's employment with the CIA, and so they concocted this story to get to have Barack Obama Sr. play the part of the father of Barack Obama. Now, Barack Obama Sr. was part of a CIA initiative program to bring in Kenyan students into America to counter the communism growing in Kenya. And so that's how Barack Obama Sr. ended up being in Hawaii. And the deal was that if he were to go along with this plan, he could then get citizenship and continue his education and pursue a doctorate, which he wouldn't have otherwise been able to. So that's why it all worked out. Now, Barack Obama was in fact born in Kenya. This is the dot that the documentarian didn't connect. The reason why that happened is because it was deemed that this would be the way to convince immigration authorities that the marriage was real, because they weren't spending any time together. But, you know, if the birth is in Kenya and she's there in Kenya giving the birth, that looks pretty real. That's why Barack Obama was, in fact, born in Kenya. That isn't a conspiracy theory. There's all kinds of evidence that the left mainstream media refuses to obviously report. And anyway, so there you have it. That's the real story. And let me get back to what I was saying. Start with this next paragraph here. The plains of Georgia is equal to 133 in simple English gematria. 133 is the 44th semi-prime number, okay? So the name plains of Georgia equals a number that hints at Barack Obama. The 44th president is the Antichrist, who has a lot in common with Jimmy Carter. God is using Jimmy Carter to identify the Antichrist. It is predicted that the 44th president will become the president again as the 48th president, because Michelle Obama will become the 47th president. The 48th president will be the Antichrist on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem that is described in Bible prophecy. This is why Carter's oldest of 22 grandchildren is 48 years old at the time of the prophetic sign, which was his interview with Southern Living magazine. And it is why the Southern Living article was published on the anniversary date of the Jews recaptured the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. It was on June 7th. It was on 6/7 in 1967 that the Jews captured Jerusalem. Like Carter, the 48th president will force an agreement between Israel and the Palestinians, symbolism for the Philistines on the plains of Gaza in the Bible, and make Jerusalem an international city. Jimmy Carter's story includes his marriage to Rosalind Carter for 77 years. Carter became the president in 77. On the same day of the published Southern Living interview that updated Carter's condition, Pat Sajak stepped down from hosting Wheel of Fortune at the age of 77. There's actually much more to this. I will explain in the Wheel of Fortune Pat Sajak video. If not, it'll title something else, but the information will be in another video. And like I said, the prudent person will know that they need to watch every minute of every video on this channel when the prediction comes to pass. The 48th president will become the president again after it is predicted that acting U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. God repeats a number 3 times for emphasis of its symbolic meaning. The number 49 is 7 times 7. The acting 49th vice president was born on October 20th, 64, exactly 49 plus 49 plus 49 months before Carter's inauguration in 77, which hints at 7 times 7, which is 49. All right, I'll repeat that now that I've said everything. The 7 times 7th vice president, the 49th vice president, was born exactly 49 plus 49 plus 49, in other words, 7 times 7 plus 7 times 7 plus 7 times 7, months before Carter's inauguration in 77, which hints at 7 times 7. It is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die 7 plus 7 plus 7 days before it is predicted that Kamala Harris will die in a plane crash. And by the way, her plane crash will mirror Flight 77, because Flight 77 on 9/11 was a flight from Washington to Los Angeles, and her flight that will crash will be on its way from Washington to Los Angeles. Her crash is predicted to be in the 24th state, and JC Jimmy Carter was born in 24 and will die in 24. And as I said, G2424 equals Jesus, which is why JC was born in 1924 and will die in 2024. But that's also why Kamala Harris will die in the 24th state in 2024. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 9, 23, and 44 together. The 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 and is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. Carter is the UFO president. He filed a UFO report with the International UFO Bureau. Okay, let me repeat that and slow down here because this is really important. Okay, so again, this is, by the way, how God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections works, which is only being explained on this channel. It works on the principle of second and third and multiple witnesses confirming a matter, as the Bible says is required. And this is what makes what is being explained on this channel true and not a product of one's imagination, and different and unique than everything else on the internet that claims to be an analysis of God's prophetic signs. And if we think about it, one simple way in which he would provide a second witness for us is through pairing certain numbers together, such as 9, 23, and 44. And the reason why I know this, these are the numbers that he uses, is because I have been studying his big picture of signs from morning until night for more than full-time hours for over 6 years. So 9, 23, and 44, because the 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 and is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23. This is only scratching the surface of why, however. Carter is the UFO president, okay? Because as I explained earlier, I didn't explain it, I'm explaining it now. He filed a UFO report with the International UFO Bureau, okay? Because he was saying that he had seen a UFO. I think it was on the campaign trail while he was campaigning for governor, if I recall. Regardless, that's just detail that's not necessary. So he's the UFO president, and then he later was during, I think while he was governor maybe, but anyway, he said to the media that he had seen a UFO, and then he was asked to file a report, which he did. So he officially filed a report with the International UFO Bureau. He is the UFO president. The Roswell, New Mexico UFO incident that occurred on the date 7/4, which hints at 4/7, outside of the US is written as 4/7, on the date 7/4 in 47, in the 47th state, symbolizes UFOs and aliens. Okay, in God's signs, I just explained much of it. The number 44 symbolizes UFOs and aliens. The UFO president's inauguration is 47%, 4,747% of a calendar year before it is predicted that Jimmy Carter will die. Carter was born 2,276.99% of a calendar year before the Roswell, New Mexico UFO incident. That was on the date 7/4 in the 47th state in 1947, okay? So Carter was born 2,276.99% of a year, and that's because 276 is the 23rd triangular number, which makes this number, which is one of the 3 unusually specific numbers, by the way, in the Bible, which are all triangular numbers. The number 276, right, is the 23rd triangular number. The last number in the 23rd row of a triangle of numbers is 276, okay? So, therefore, 2,276.99 is a pairing of 23 and 9 that confirms the signs and connections. So, the UFO president was born in a connection that connects to Roswell. And then Roswell connects to the date that Jimmy Carter's predicted to die, with 47% of a year, okay? To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs 9, 23, and 44. The 44th president was inaugurated in '09 and is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. The name of Carter's wife, Rosalind Carter, is equal to 999. All right. By the way, Rosalind, if I don't mention it later in this paragraph, it hints at Roswell. That's Rosalind hints at Roswell. That's the reason why his wife's name is Rosalind. He is the UFO president. And by the way, I'm not saying anything about the Roswell incident, whether it was a UFO or not. I, of course, believe that it wasn't. It's just simply symbolism for God's signs. It was a weather balloon, right? But that's not to say that there was not an active participation of demons and Satan in those involved with this whole story of Roswell. Let's put it that way. All right, but so anyway, Roswell, regardless of whether it is or isn't a UFO, is not necessary for what I am saying. It is simply symbolic for UFOs. Okay? Furthermore, of course, it isn't a UFO, and this is the thing. This is why he is the UFO president. Or, sorry, this is the important thing about what God is communicating here, is deception from the Antichrist, who will come to power through demons pretending to be aliens. Because the Pope, the first of the two Antichrists, will announce on July 27th, 26 days after Carter's predicted death, but 7 plus 7 days, which is prophetic after his predicted funeral, on the date 7/6, which hints at 76, the president who was the 76th governor and elected in 76. He will have his funeral on the date 7/6, 7 plus 7 days before Antichrist Day, when it is predicted that Pope Francis will announce to the world that the aliens have arrived and have made him the ambassador for the world. But of course, the truth is that, and this is the thing, no Christian, quote unquote, will fall for this. But many, quote unquote, Christians will fall for this, led by their pastors, because as Jesus said in Matthew 24, the first thing he warned of was that many would come in his name and lead many astray. Many will come and say he is the Christ. I am the Christ. But think about it. He was not saying that many will come and say that I am Jesus Christ. Follow me. People that do that are roundly dismissed and put in, or, considered lunatics. No, there aren't many people being led astray by people claiming to be Jesus Christ. And furthermore, there aren't many people that have come claiming to be Jesus Christ and have had many followers. So what is Jesus referring to? Well, when we properly translate it, the word is translated that means anointed one. And there are other instances in the Bible where anointed one does not refer to Jesus. That's why we use the full name for Jesus, Lord Jesus Christ. Christ simply means Messiah, which means anointed one. There are other anointed ones in the Bible. For example, King Cyrus. So that's all that it means. And many anointed ones, many people claiming to be anointed, will lead many people astray. Well, obviously, that's referring to only one thing, which is anointed ones, bishops, priests, reverends, and pastors. Pastors are the problem. It's ironic when a pastor preaches on the end times because they are the reason for the end times. Jesus is coming to make war on the Nicolaitans and their works. The word Nicolaitan is derived from Greek, which means ruling over the laity. This leader-laity model of assembling was inherited from Catholicism. The Protestant Reformation discarded many of the wicked pagan aspects of Catholicism, but it largely kept the leader laity model of assembling intact. Because why? Man is corrupt. And a man-centered religion was inevitable. But Jesus strictly forbid this. He said, do not call anyone your teacher. And when you submit to a pastor and put yourself under a pastor and listen to the pastor and like a sycophant, give your money to the pastor and everything like that in the church ritual that people call church, you are spiritually at that time there by de facto making Jesus not your only teacher. Jesus also strictly forbid the preaching for money. The passages that the so-called pastors use to justify their preaching for money are taken out of context. They are leaving out the verse that comes right before it, for example, or the other passages in their context that contradict this. The reason why Jesus strictly forbid the preaching for money is because exactly what has happened. Because he knew what would happen. This is why Jesus was violently angry at the leaders, the pastors of the day, exchanging money on the temple. It was symbolic of the monetization of the church, which is exactly what has happened. But this monetization of the church leads to the institutionalization of the very serious errors. We wouldn't have Catholicism if it weren't for preachers preaching for money and claiming to be anointed ones. Same with this very serious errors in Jehovah's Witness. But equally serious errors in evangelical culture. Sovereign grace, Calvinism, once saved, always saved. Our righteousness is as filthy rags, one verse that's taken out of context to justify Luther's entire theology. Luther was an Augustinian monk, and Augustine was a Gnostic for 9 years before joining the Catholic Church and corrupted the Western Church, and on and on. Dispensationalism and free grace, once saved, always saved. Anyway, all of these errors wouldn't have been cemented and institutionalized had it not been for pastors. Pastors are the problem. Now, another thing too, pastors will say, that's another thing too, they're socialist dictators. Anyone that is in the freedom movement that's concerned about the Constitution and freedom is a hypocrite if they participate in a pastor-led system. Because pastors have complete censorship, 100% censorship of all information. Paul said, if someone is inspired to speak a word while another person is speaking, that person that is speaking must remain silent while the other person speaks his word. When do you ever see that in a church? If a person gets up in church and says something to the assembly while the pastor is giving his once per week hour-long performance for which he gets paid, that person will be quickly escorted out of the building and may even not be asked to never return. Who has the authority to do that, to tell that person to never return, furthermore? It's a socialist dictatorship. And like in socialism, it produces immature non-citizens, which is why the watered down messages of pastors, in order to keep them coming, that produce immature non-citizens of the kingdom, if you will, in general. But by doing this, these pastors cut off the body of Christ. For example, I wouldn't be allowed to talk about this sort of information that God is clearly demonstrating, which will be proven with the prediction. Now, pastors will say, no one knows the day. And if you encounter anyone that says anyone knows the day, turn away, run the opposite direction, whatever their joke will be, right? But no one knows the day, the most quoted verse in the Bible that's used as an excuse for one thing to not watch for the prophetic signs of the Lord's return, which is what this channel is about. No one knows the day, right? Well, I say to that, turn away and run from the pastor. Pastors are the problem. All right, and furthermore, regarding no one knows the day, it's an imprecise translation. The word know 3 verses earlier is not the same as the word know in Matthew 24:36, no one knows the day. It's properly translated as no one has seen the day, but furthermore, then he goes into the context, Jesus, of Noah, who knew the day, as did other servants know the date of the coming destruction, including Lot, for example. So, and as Amos 3:8 says, God's servants, God does nothing without his servants first knowing. That's a contradiction of no one knows the day. Also, Revelation 3:3 is a contradiction. It says, therefore watch. If you don't watch for the Lord's return, which Christians aren't doing, then you will not know at the hour at which I am coming. And I will come as a thief. I will come at an hour you do not expect. Well, therefore, if we are watching, we will know the hour that he is coming. When the prediction comes to pass, it'll prove this. Because obviously, if I can predict the date of the death of Jimmy Carter, well, why in the world would it not be possible to know the date of the Lord's return? It is possible. And this prediction will prove that this is God's true big picture of signs, patterns, and connections, which is an interconnected web. And at the center of the web is the date of the return, October 12th, 2024, the Day of Atonement. And once the big picture is proven to be true, obviously the center of the web is proven to be true as well. It's all centered, it's all interconnected. The full intended meaning of all of God's prophetic signs cannot be properly understood without their context and connection with the other prophetic signs, which is only being explained on this channel, really, fully. The full big picture. And so anyway, enough with the no one knows the day, and enough with pastors. Stop with the pastors. Jesus is your teacher. Verify, as Paul said, like the Bereans. The Bereans didn't even trust the apostles and what they were saying. They verified everything. When do you, by the way, see that? When do you have church people verify what the pastor just said? Right? So anyway, that's the reason for all of the errors, because they don't verify. They don't seek the matter out. They trust these supposedly appointed people that have supposedly been educated in college, and they know better, etc. Fellowships, the Bible, and the Holy Spirit and Jesus are enough. They're sufficient. Pastors are a problem even. They teach false doctrine. All of them. Every single denomination. That's another thing Jesus hates, is the 45,000 different denominations. There's only one denomination. And the reason for the 45,000 denominations is because of the money, the institutionalizing of these systems, which if people would just study on their own would know aren't true. Right? No one is going to come to the conclusions of Jehovah's Witness, for example, if they read the Bible on their own. Same with Calvinism and sovereign grace. Absolutely no one, like someone in jail, for example, that reads the Bible on their own and isn't taught how to interpret the Bible through the culture and through the pastors, will never, ever come to the conclusion of once saved, always saved. It's ridiculous. No offense. I don't mean to, be so derogatory, but it is silly. It's not the Bible. But you have to learn these workaround solutions, and I've gone on too long now. But the reason why I was bringing all that up is because of this alien deception. And there'll be many pastors that will be talking about who are open-minded to the existence of aliens. But we shouldn't be relying on pastors anyway. But I guarantee you, Satan has designed that Jehovah's Witnesses be completely an occult and dependent on everything that the Watchtower magazine says is for the purpose of that day that's coming when the Watchtower magazine will say, yes, aliens are real. Because it's all satanic. It's not a coincidence. It's not random that the Antichrist is the Pope. The Pope embodies this concept of an anointed one. But it applies to pastors as well. But the reason why the Antichrist is an anointed one, the highest one of them all, the Pope, is because of this. Jesus said in Revelation chapter 2, I am coming to make war with the sword of my mouth on the Nicolaitans and their works. He's talking about pastors and people that are under pastors, which is why, by the way, most of these quote-unquote Christians have already been led astray with regards to taking the mark of the Antichrist, which is the thing. And you know what I'm talking about. But the reason why a lot of them took it is because, well, if it were the mark of the Antichrist, because they might have contemplated the thought, then my anointed one pastor would let me know. Because why would God, because he's the anointed one. God's going to let my pastor know, so I'll just trust what my pastor says. And if my pastor says, you know what, make your own decision, etc. It's not the mark of the Antichrist, so you decide whether it's good for you or not. That's satanic. People have been led astray. It is the mark of the Antichrist in its current form. It does not need an additional something to go with it, such as an additional technology or false form of religious worship or a supposed new age of dispensation after supposedly all quote-unquote Christians will be raptured. In fact, one of the main reasons why most quote-unquote Christians have already taken it is, in fact, it is precisely judgment for this particular doctrine, dispensationalism, which is the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day, rooted in free grace and sovereign grace and Calvinism, once saved, always saved. So they've already been led astray, and what I'm saying and warning of right now is that they will be led astray, many of them, by quote-unquote pastors or priests or reverends. There was an academic study done regarding various different Christian denominations as to which ones would be open-minded and accept the existence of aliens if it were to ever come out that, they visited us or whatever. There's only one group that would, in fact, declare, no way, there's no such thing. And that's evangelicals. But that's not to say that, 100% of evangelical pastors and churches are going to be in line with this. But, many of them are going to be led astray by, their pastors, etc. And many, for example, and furthermore, many people within Jehovah's Witnesses and Catholicism will also come to the conclusion that, this is silly. I'm leaving. I'm leaving Catholicism. The Pope says the aliens are real. They're not. And I'm leaving. That's the whole point of it, by the way. The whole point of this deception is to weed out, to flesh out who are the real Christians, because the real Christian that has a solid biblical worldview, that will understand sin and Jesus, will know straight away that it is absolutely 100% impossible for there to be aliens. The earth is the center of the universe, and the center of God's creation is man, which is why God became a man and died the horrible death and resurrected as a man to conquer death. He became a man. And if there are aliens that would visit us, then therefore implying they're being superior to us, what? Did God become aliens and hopscotch around the universe, manifesting in different forms and dying and resurrecting? Or did the atonement of Jesus be enough of an atonement for aliens as well? Is the Pope going to tell the aliens and, hey, you know what? The Lord died for you? What sort of deception is going to come from that? I can only speculate. But do you see what I'm saying? This whole thing is for the primary purpose of the end of times is to test the faith of quote-unquote Christians, which is why one of the primary things of the deception will be this issue of aliens, right? But it was also why, I've met quote-unquote Christians that have said, well, if it was the mark of the Antichrist, we would know. Well, I know. What are you talking about? I know. Other people know. You don't know, but I know. What did you think? Did you think that the Lord was going to write it in the sky with clouds? The thing is the mark of the Antichrist, and then everyone would know? What were you thinking? Obviously, if some people are taking it, as the prophecy says will happen, not everyone is going to know. But if you really drill into it, what they really thought was that every single quote-unquote Christian would know, because their pastors and priests would tell them. But they didn't get it. They didn't understand. You only have one teacher, and you were to be watching. And it was very clear, if you were paying attention and watching and had the Holy Spirit, you would know that it is unrighteous, and what was happening was unrighteous. Everything about CVD disease, everything about it was completely upside down and completely evil. Every single thing, including the thing. But if you were watching the Lord's prophetic signs, it was very clear. I mean, the signs were very, very obvious, clear, right? So anyway, that's enough. I've gone now into it because we got into this paragraph here about the UFO president. And so that's why I got into all of that. So let's continue. To confirm his signs and connections, God pairs the numbers 9, 23, and 44 together. The 44th president was inaugurated in 2009 and is the basketball president who wore jersey number 23 in high school. The name of Carter's wife, Rosalind Carter, which again hints at Roswell, is equal to 990, which hints at the number 9 in Hebrew gematria. Okay? Rosalind Carter is 990 in Hebrew gematria. 990 is the 44th triangular number. 99-year-old Jimmy Carter spoke at former First Lady Rosalind Carter's funeral in the 4th state to join the Union that was attended by 4 former First Ladies, which hints at 44. Okay, and so that hint at 44 pairs with the 99 Carter and Rosalind Carter at 990, her name. Okay, this was also the same day that player number 16, which hints at 4 times 4 and 44, for the Detroit Lions football team, staged a dramatic 4th quarter comeback win after having thrown an uncanny 4 turnovers in the game, which was another hint at 44. The 44th president, who will make a dramatic comeback, as in the 4th quarter comeback in that game, as the president again, was born on the date 200 on the 216th day of the calendar year. The number 216 is 6 times 6 times 6. Okay, he was born on August 4th, which is the 216th day of the year, which is at 666, the number of the Antichrist. The funeral in the 4th state that was attended by 4 former First Ladies is 6 times 6 times 6 days before it is predicted that 99-year-old Jimmy Carter will die in the 4th state. Okay, so the funeral connects to Jimmy Carter's death, the Jimmy Carter, Rosalind Carter funeral. 99-year-old Jimmy Carter attended the funeral of Rosalind Carter, whose name equals 990, that was in the 4th state and attended by 4 former First Ladies, exactly 23 months after the death of Senator Harry Reid from Nevada, in the 36th state, which, as I explained earlier, 36 since it's 666. And so this makes it a pairing of 23, 9, and 44, because it was 23 months that Harry Reid died before the 4th state 4 former First Ladies' funeral when 99-year-old Jimmy Carter spoke. Okay? So 99, 4, and 4, and then the 23 months. As senator, Harry Reid sought to make public information regarding Area 51 in Nevada, UFOs, and aliens. I'll just repeat that awkward sentence. So Harry Reid was known for being the senator that advocated making public information regarding Area 51 and UFOs and aliens. Okay, Harry Reid had an interest in this. He, after all, was from Nevada and therefore from the area. In fact, Las Vegas is right near Area 51. Harry Reid died on December 28th, 2021, exactly 23 years before 99-year-old UFO president spoke at the funeral, and Reed died exactly 444 weeks after the CIA publicly admitted to the existence of Area 51 on June 25th, 2013. That's amazing, okay? Because there we have the clear 444 weeks followed by 23 months. That's a stunning pairing of 23 and 44, which confirms the signs and connections, as I explained. So again, from the CIA's admitting of the existence of Area 51 about UFOs, it is exactly 444 weeks to the UFO senator, all right, if you will, and then it is exactly 23 months to when the UFO president spoke at the funeral in the fourth state to 4 former first ladies. The UFO president's predicted death on July 1st, 7/1, will be 7.10% of a year before it is predicted that Pope Francis will announce that aliens have made him the ambassador for the world. 71 is the 20th prime number, and 20 equals 9 plus 11. This is because the fulfillment of Revelation 9:11, that speaks of fallen angels crossing over into the earthly realm, will begin on July 27th, 7.1% of a year after the death of the UFO president on the date 7/1, which hints at the number 71 and the 20th prime number, which is 9 plus 11. This is merely scratching the surface of the reasons for how this prediction is known in advance. For more information, please visit bitchute.com or odyssey.com video channel, two different channels, Harris Crash Prediction, and also read the website trumpprediction.com. Now, I want to emphasize that you need to go to these channels because you never know if you are watching this on the YT channel when and if it'll be there. You never know if it'll be there anymore. You know that. So don't be lazy about it. Switch over to the other channel now. But the main reason for doing that now is because Jesus warned his disciples in the bags of gold parable, and he's speaking to disciples, he's speaking to Christians, those that don't use their bag of gold will be banished to hell. All right, that's a warning. It obviously contradicts the once saved, always saved. It's part of these teachings of Jesus that you rarely ever hear in church, right? That's another reason why pastors are the problem. But there is no bag of gold that I can think of like this. The prediction for the death of Jimmy Carter and James Earl Jones ahead of time, nothing compares to that. All right? And that's why it is your obligation. It's not even optional. You need to work very hard and diligently to share this as far and wide as possible. Leave it everywhere in social media and do not ever stop sharing videos from this channel. And not even suggesting that it's a good thing that you do that. You need to do that. It's a bag of gold. It's a very serious thing to have the privilege to learn about this prediction. All right? And there's a reason why God is doing this prediction. It is so that people learn about the information on this channel that is from God. Right? I'm not an anointed one, but I am describing God's big picture of signs, and the information that's in the signs, the controversial information, and everything that I said, by the way, in this video is all overwhelmingly confirmed through God's big picture of signs, including the doctrine, by the way. God has specifically, precisely identified Calvinism, for example, and once saved, always saved, as the Nicolaitan doctrine of our day through his big picture of signs, okay? So if you disagree with that, I have to say, just get over it, be open to learning. All right? And share the video, because this is the only place where people will be able to know about God's big picture of signs. And he didn't just make this big picture of signs for you. It's for everyone, right? So we need to share it. It's very, very important that you share this video. Believe me, I know far better than you how the prediction made in this video was derived. And more importantly, I know far better than you why the righteous Christian God of the Bible has given me a voice through this prediction. If you are a quote-unquote Christian or Muslim, this prediction was not learned through a demon. Be warned that blaspheming the Holy Spirit is the unforgivable sin. If you are a New Ager or New Spirituality person, this prediction was not learned through somehow tapping into the supposed universal collective consciousness. If you are a conspiracy theorist, this prediction was not learned through figuring out a supposed code that the Illuminati and Satanists are using. This prediction was learned through the Bible and through watching carefully the Lord's prophetic signs, which Jesus commanded all Christians to do. Besides proving that Jesus Christ is the Lord, the reason why God has given me a voice through this prediction is to prove that the controversial things that I am saying in the videos on this channel are the truth. Therefore, a wise person will want to watch all of the videos on this channel. What I will also do is create a video or two that summarizes some of the controversial things that the Lord will prove to be true when the prediction being made in this video comes to pass. I will leave links to these must-watch videos in the description box below this video. Again, the purpose of this prediction, that is from God, is to prove these things that I will talk about. And therefore, it would be foolish to not watch the videos that I will leave links for in the description box below this video. Aliens and UFOs are demons masquerading as aliens and UFOs. Most people's spiritual experiences are demonic deception, especially if they are not a true follower of Christ. God became a man and died a horrible death at the hand of the ruler of this world, Satan, and then defeated death for you, so that you too can overcome death, which is the price that must be paid for sin. It is time to repent, which means to change one's ways and turn to God and become a disciple of Jesus. Please leave a like and upvote the video, and once this prediction has come to pass, share this video with everyone you know, and more, don't stop sharing it everywhere in social media. It is essential that everyone immediately read the homepage of my website, TrumpPrediction.com. If you are watching this on the YouTube platform, please note that not all of the videos are on YouTube. You need to switch to the BitChute.com or the Odyssey.com channel. And do it now in case you aren't able to later.